Hello there, welcome to the show. 2 channels here, now you know. Like and subscribe, it's all we need. Alternature or here to speak. And defense, let's take a peek. Collaborating for your eyes. Sharing content, no surprise. Together we shine brighter than one. Join our journey, it's just begun. Like and subscribe, hit that bell. Enjoy the show and wish us well.
I'm coming. I told you my phone was going to ring as soon as I started. It did. Hang on a second.
Good morning, y'all. How
So
are we?
sorry.
That's okay.
I told Jody I was waiting on 2 phone calls. I was like, I know as soon as I hit start, it's going to ring. And as soon as I hit start, I looked over, I was like, you got to be kidding me. So,
you can't have one live stream without one little hitch of some sort. Did you see StreamYard goes back on me?
Like, I was laughing so hard.
I'm like, oh, crap. What do I do? Shut down. I'm like, ah.
It was like,
I couldn't get out of anything. It's bloody horrible.
I was laughing
2
so
o'clock in
hard.
the morning, he was going, wah, at me. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I was laughing. I was like, poor Jody.
Something was definitely going on with my StreamYard last night, because the stuff that was happening to me just was
just
some
gremlins.
Yeah, that was
him water. You gave him water or got him wet or whatever you're supposed to do after midnight. You fed him, whatever.
Did something.
It was funny.
Something.
It was funny.
They can just nap. They can nap off.
Oh my goodness. Well, good morning, everyone. Again, sorry. Just life, man. Good morning, Sarah. I see you.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, Mr. Bri Bear.
Yes.
Enjoy your brekkie.
Yeah. What are you cooking us?
Yeah. Some grits. I don't even know what they are, but
I don't care what they are. My husband eats. I know Gabby's around. She said she had some things to do this morning. So, but
she was on with Grandma with me this morning.
Oh yeah. She said she'd be listening. So I'm like, all righty then. So we're going to continue with day 2 of the hearing with Christopher Dunn. We started this yesterday with day 1. He is trying to get his conviction overturned, vacated, whatever term you want to use. He was convicted 34 years ago in St. Louis, Missouri, for supposedly unaliving was he 14? I have the page here. They were all very, very young. So Christopher Dunn was 18 at the time. The victim was 15, and the 2 witnesses there were 14-year-old Demora Stepp and 12-year-old Michael Davis. Their stories, from what I've understood, have changed multiple times throughout the years. And they didn't lead the best lives themselves. They ended up in prison as well for unaliving somebody, one of them very, very young.
Actually, I found that out last night too, after I shut down the stream. The plea deal that Demora Stepp was, did everyone see the testimony where it was the very first guy, Eugene, and he said that the Stepp's mother got abused by her boyfriend, and then Dunn and Eugene and that all basically beat him up. Do you remember that testimony from the very first witness? He put his hands on her. You know, the guy with the deep voice?
Deep voice.
Yes.
Sorry, I was so distracted by his voice.
We beat him up real bad. Well, apparently, the day before the shooting, this incident, Demora Stepp was the one that shot the boyfriend, the mother's boyfriend. That's what the plea deal went for, because he was up for 30 years. And that's how he took a plea to testify against Dunn. That's what
Wow.
was hanging over his head. So, yeah, he unalived his mother's boyfriend. There you go.
Good morning, Christine.
Top tip. Morning, Christine.
She's hopping back and forth. Yeah, those plea deals get you a lot of good quote unquote witnesses, don't they?
Uh-huh.
Say whatever
Yep.
you want, as long as I don't have to spend the rest of my life here.
It's just, yeah. It's
Especially
awful,
young boys. Like young kids do not understand
the
at that age
consequences.
the consequences of just because they didn't like they didn't like Christopher Dunn. So yep, it was him. And we don't like him because he's terrorizing the neighborhood or what have you, because he was part of the
He was a
Crips
Crip and they were
and they were
Bloods.
Bloods. Okay. And so in that aspect, what I was thinking, prison might have saved Mr. Dunn's life, got him out of the gang, hopefully,
Yeah.
and maybe he did something productive in prison, took advantage of going to school, getting the classes, whatever he needed to do to become a better person and get out of that lifestyle. Hopefully he didn't go into it deeper.
Yeah.
But I don't know. That was just thoughts I had on that. Deep thoughts by AJ.
Yes. I tossed and turned myself last night because there was a part of the testimony that I think was taken out of context. Well, I took it out of context at the time of the streaming because I hadn't pre-watched it, and it was the recorded deposition of Michael Davies. Is it Davies or Davis?
Davis.
Davis. So, and I thought, like when I was watching it, I was under the impression that it was either straight after the initial trial, deposition for the first trial, or for the appeal in 2015. But at the very end of it, the penny dropped, and it was done by a private investigator who was actually taking a deposition for this hearing now, the one in July. And I was absolutely stunned by one of the comments that this man made. I don't think I can I share a screen from here? Let me
I
see if I can.
don't know.
We'll give it a go, shall we?
I thought you did one time.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, here it
Oh,
comes.
you have to add it. Sweet.
I will do that. There you
Thank
go.
you. All right. So if we play it from here. So this is the investigator questioning Michael Davies. So his first question is about Rico, who is the victim in this.
Ricky, aka Rico, aka Ricky, had shot the day before. Ricky's mother's boyfriend. I think so. Do you know what his name was? Do you know how old he was? Was he older than?
So Ricky, the day before he was unalived, had unalived his mother's boyfriend, basically. But as they go on from there, where is it? It's just here. Come on. Oh, okay. So, all right, let's play from here. He's asking him.
Do you know what?
He's asking him about Chris Dunn.
Okay, you might want to enlarge your screen, but make that full screen so we can read it.
Better.
There we go. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. So, in the days after the shooting, Rico was shot. Did the police or anybody offer you or encourage you to say that Chris Dunn? Nobody never came to you. Nobody never
There's nobody could come see me because I went to California right after that. Like about 2 weeks after that, we flew to California. My mama came to live with her sister.
Okay.
So they couldn't contact me. They didn't know where I was at. I took them years and years to get caught up with me anyway. I probably would never get caught up with me if I wasn't in the system.
Okay.
Come on.
Did they tell you to say anything?
They just say, go in there and put his head blown off and don't you know who I am? I have second doubts and you know, no, they ain't do none of that.
It was an emotional thing for you.
It was an emotional thing. I had this money, so I was still somewhat as a child then, so.
Did you ever have a meeting, or did you ever sit down with the prosecutor of this trial and discuss what you were going to say or anything like that?
Mine was on the last minute. They flew me in. I don't know what Mars did. They just flew me in for my testimony. Okay. Point the finger. That was it. Okay. Who was this?
You didn't have a pre-trial discussion?
Pre-trial discussion. Just the man in the court. Yes. Raise the point to him right there. Took me off the stand. It was over with.
Wow.
Whose idea was it for you to say at trial that you knew Christopher Dunn as a friend?
Who idea was at the trial?
Yeah.
No. It wasn't nobody. We didn't know him as a friend. We just knew him. We knew him, or knew of him. You know what I mean? And he was not a friend, though. He was just a guy in that neighborhood.
Did you make a comment to somebody at one point in this?
Come on, where is it?
Oh, hang on a second while you're looking for that. Hello, Kelly, and welcome. And finally, you caught us live.
Okay. Did
we are a little crazy when we start our day, but I'm glad you're here.
A couple days
Morning,
after
Bree.
Ricky was shot. When they flew you out to St. Louis years later, did you have any?
At the time, so I didn't need that.
Okay. And they didn't offer you any? Why?
No, I know that. We just started with I testified on the man.
Morning, Dill.
And so, for a long time, is that what you would think? What if Christopher Dunn for this?
Yeah, I got a man, but I don't know. Murder happened.
Yes.
Yeah, I took a man's life away, and I didn't even see him do it. I don't know what I'm saying. I didn't watch since now. I've been married 13 years. I watched Forensic Files. I watched Court. I watched all that, and I see that. You know what I'm saying? It's a mess. You can't. You know what I'm saying? You can't just say that you know what I'm saying. Somebody did something you didn't know and take their whole life away. You know what I'm saying? It's hell in prison. You know what I'm saying? I've just been away for something that I don't even know if that man did that. I don't know, man. I did that. I never seen it. We didn't know.
Anyway.
House that night of the shooting. Ricky.
Yeah, I think I've missed it. But basically,
no, he said back there that Kelly likes our brand of crazy. She finally caught us live today.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you, but he said back there, I put somebody away and I didn't even see who did it.
Before that comment, he didn't remember his name. He didn't even think twice about him until he was subpoenaed for this testimony or for this deposition. He didn't know that he had spent 33 years in prison because of what he had said. Nothing. Hadn't even given him a second thought for 33 years.
And again, it goes back to what I was saying. They didn't have any idea of the consequences of what they were saying or agreeing to say or taking a plea deal to say or whatever. He said, I watch Forensic Files. I watch Court. You can't just say something. But it's like, but you did.
Yeah, you did.
You did say something.
What punishment do they get?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. I was reading a story from here this morning up in Indianapolis, a guy that was just released after 14 years. So it didn't take him long to get released. But um, the prosecutor's office worked together with they're from Notre Dame College. Can't remember the full name of it. It's like Notre Dame Justice League of America. That's not it, but um, it's something like that. And they worked with the prosecutor to go through this guy's case
Imagine
and to get him
that it says Deaconess Hospital again.
to get him exonerated. And they did. And there was so much evidence that the police withheld. I'm like, who's getting in trouble for this guy losing 14 years of his life in prison?
Yep. I mean, this whole case was built around the testimony of these two boys.
And they
And
are
they
boys.
both did it on purpose. They both admitted to it with consequences.
Yeah, because they were boys. They were all
Yeah.
boys, even at
And
18.
they both said
Sorry.
it was nothing. They just didn't like him. He was in a
Yeah.
different game.
And it was a different time, like we were talking about yesterday. There's no DNA, there's no cameras, I mean, this whole argument they had about that stupid street light. I'm like,
right.
who
Yes.
cares?
I wanted to stab that attorney in the eye.
I wanted to take that street light and stick it somewhere.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
because I'm like,
Yep.
who cares about this stupid
Yes.
street light?
Yeah. He was trying to just make this guy's credit because they didn't have any of that back then. So this is all
No.
new evidence. And so he was just trying to make him, he just made himself look like an idiot.
I thought that witness handled him quite well, to be honest with you.
Yes.
I thought he did a good job.
I think that's his job to do that.
Oh yeah, he's used to
Yeah.
doing
Yeah.
he's used to doing that. I mean, they came with the whole how much are you
Mhm.
getting paid, blah blah blah. Well, you don't have
Yeah.
to pay your people. But the
Mhm.
defense doesn't have that. They don't get to do that. They
He
have to.
wasn't buying his story. He just was presenting the facts based on on what he was given.
Yep.
So,
So I don't know. But it's sad. I don't hold that trial to the standards that I would hold a trial today because we didn't have the technology then, but it did make me think in 20 years from now,
what
what's going
technology?
to happen to people that are here now in this position?
But even now, we have the technology. You see, you know, the CCTV footage at Karen Reid case, Tyrone Tucker, and they don't use it
Or they can't
because it
find it.
shows what they don't want you to see.
Yeah, we got
So,
the wrong day. Okay,
yeah,
we'll go back
yeah.
and get the right day. Oh,
They
well, we
didn't-
waited too long.
Yep.
You know, it's ridiculous. Don't expect me to buy that. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not buying what you're selling. All
Nuh-uh.
right. So this is day 2. Oh, also fun fact for all of you that watched the Lamar Johnson hearing, that is the that woman sitting there for the state is the same woman that I was talking about yesterday that got in trouble with the judge for not tabbing her
She's
binders.
tabbed him now.
She learned. She
Mhm.
learned. Because I was I thought, man, she looks so familiar. And then I went and looked back and I thought, yep, there you are, because you're wearing the same suit. So, but yep, that's her. So she's lead on this one. So she has come up in the world. Good for her. And she has learned to put tabs in her binders.
Yeah.
Her giant binders. Alrighty. So this woman coming up here is, I
I
covered up
think
my
it's a
notebook.
childhood friend, is it?
It's Nicole Bailey. I think her last name at the time was Williams.
She was on the phone with him.
Yeah, or she having the baby. Did she have
Yes.
the baby? She had the
Yes.
baby the day
Yes.
before. Yes. So this is her testimony. So we will get her walking on up to the stand, and she's up there for a little while. So then they take a break. But let me know how the sound is. I do have it sped up to 1.25.
Yeah.
Just for fun.
I did that yesterday too because it was so slow.
Yeah. So yep. So let's
Do
rock
it.
and roll.
Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
She's
So help
got
you
some
God?
junk in that trunk.
Do you have a problem appearing on camera? We have some media here. Okay, thank you.
Ask her that after the cameras followed her all the way up to swear her in.
So I'm just going to ask you to speak, get kind of close to the microphone and make sure your voice can be heard through it for everybody in the courtroom, and wait until the entire question is asked before answering. And if there's an objection, let me rule on that before answering. Okay. Thank you very much.
Please introduce yourself.
I'm Nicole Bailey.
You might want to scoot your chair forward so you don't have to lean forward every time.
Miss Bailey, have you had any other last names?
Williams, Nicole Williams.
Where do you currently live?
St. Louis, Missouri.
Did you know Christopher Dunn?
Yes.
How did you know him?
We were childhood friends. We grew up together, 1 block over from each other.
Say that again.
We were 1 block over from each other. He lived on 1 block. I live a block over.
How old were you when you first
Quiet.
met?
Okay.
Ooh, maybe 6, 7.
What was your relationship like?
Good friends. We had a lot of friends, but we were all good friends in the neighborhood.
Did you communicate often?
Yes.
How would you communicate?
By telephone or when I would visit my mother, because my mother lived on Heber. So and I
How's
lived with
that,
my
Gabby?
grandmother throughout the year. So summer, vacations, things like that.
I didn't notice
And where
any
did your
difference.
grandmother live?
In St. Louis County.
But it's okay.
I can turn it up still if that's
Let's
too
talk
quiet for
about
her.
May
Too
of
quiet for them.
1990. How old were you?
15,
And where were you living at the time?
St. Louis, Missouri.
How much time did you spend in the Wells Goodfellow neighborhood at that time?
A lot, all summers. Anytime we were out of school.
And you and Christopher were friends at that time as well?
Yes.
Were you in high school?
In 1990, yes. I was in 9th grade.
In May of 1990, did you have a child?
Yes.
Boy or girl?
You say it again, sorry.
Boy or girl?
A girl,
And what's her name?
Brittany.
What was Brittany's date of birth?
May 17, 1990.
All right, that's all the
What
way.
time was your daughter born on May 17, 1990?
About 7:40.
And where were you the night of May 17th,
In
1990?
Deaconess Hospital.
Do you know where Deaconess Hospital was?
It was right off of, what is that, near Clayton Road. It's not there anymore, but it's near Hampton. It was off of Hampton. I think it's SSM now.
Do you recall how long you were in the hospital before delivering your daughter?
I wasn't in the hospital before delivery.
Were you admitted the same day?
Yes.
How long were you in the hospital after giving birth to your daughter?
Maybe a few days. I had a cesarean, so it's like maybe 2 or 3 days. I'm sorry.
Speak up a little more.
Okay.
Maybe get a little, pull the mic a little closer to you, I think. You have to be really close to it. It's
Okay.
just the way it is. Thank you.
Do you know who Rico Rogers is?
No,
At the time, did you know who Rico Rogers was?
no.
Do you know who he is now?
I just know he's the person that was named in the case, but I never met him. I didn't know him then.
Have you heard that Rico Rogers was murdered on May 18th, 1990?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
I found that out, I think, when I called Nell and she told me that had happened, but I didn't know the name of the person. I just knew what had happened.
And when you say Nell, who are you referring to?
Arnetta Dunn
Do you know how Arnetta Dunn is related to Christopher Dunn?
is his baby sister.
Were you in the hospital when Rico Rogers was killed?
Yes.
The day before, on May 17th, 1990, what were you doing after your daughter was born?
Can you repeat that question again?
The day before May 18th, 1990, on May 17th, 1990, what were you doing after your daughter was born?
Laying in the hospital, watching TV, talking to family, friends, calling everybody, called Chris, called everybody.
So you spoke to Chris that night.
Yes.
I have it.
We
What
talked all the time.
What did you speak about?
Me having a baby.
Why are you yelling at me?
Oh, sorry. I didn't even look at the I didn't even look at the chat box. I just typed.
You just put it
My
in.
mic is in the way. And it was about audio too. Hey, Jay.
I have it. The reason I started with her is because that one cuts all of this off of her. And it starts at a letter that doesn't have any of this.
Oh, the letter is the nurses taking her obs.
So yeah, it
In
didn't have
hospital.
it didn't have any of her coming up here, who she was, it just started on the letter. So that's why I went to this one, and
Okay.
I can switch, but I'll
Only if
switch
it's better audio.
when they get to that, but they don't
Yeah.
have it's just starting in a weird, it just started.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's why I thought that was weird. But yeah, as soon as they get to that part, I can switch it over. But I've got everything up as high as it will go.
Mm.
Wait, yep. No, sometimes I forget to turn that one up. Yeah, everything, all my stuff is turned up. Turn it up and break the knob off, like they used to say in the 80s. All right. So soon as they
Gabby, say nothing.
she'll be like, AJ said knob on stream.
Yeah.
I did not. As soon as I get to that letter, I will switch over to the other one. But then my timestamps are going to be completely off, just so you know.
By about 4 minutes,
I
I think.
think,
Oh,
if
we're
not more,
9
but
in. Yeah.
I'll figure it out.
During the several days of your stay in the hospital, how often did nursing staff come in to check on you?
All the time, because I had a cesarean, like I said, so they had to come in, check the scar, check me. I was young too, so they came in a lot.
On the night of May 18th, 1990, did you talk to Christopher Dunn that night as well?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time you spoke to Christopher that night?
It was late. I remember us watching TV, watching Hunter, and me telling them about Hunter on TV.
I
Do
used
you
to
recall
watch
what
that.
channel you were watching Hunter on?
I'm not
Never
sure.
heard of it.
Wasn't a cable channel, but I'm not sure exactly what channel. It may have been 11. It had to be one of the basic channels.
You say it wasn't a cable channel. Why do you think that?
We didn't have cable in the rooms.
What's the translation, Bri?
I'm going to show you which has been previously admitted. You can turn to it in your binder there, tab 20, and it will also be shown on the TV up here.
I had already thought about it when I said it, and it was too late to take it back.
Have you seen this document before?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell me what it is?
It's a copy of a TV guide from May 1990.
And I have a better copy I'm going to hand you now, which is Exhibit 20B.
Felix, come here. Come on. My cat has separation anxiety.
Please.
Come on.
And can you zoom in on the date at the top?
My
The date of the
daughter-in-law is trying to get me to
May
take a
18th,
kitten from
1990.
her house, but I'm not.
And what is this document?
I'll take it.
St. Louis Postal Badge.
On the second page,
You can have it.
still hard to see, but we'll zoom in on
I
the
will.
TV.
Come on.
Does this appear to be the same TV guide as Movement 20?
Yes. Yes, it is. It's the same.
Do you see channel 11?
Come on.
Yes.
And do you see the TV show Hunter?
Yes.
What time does it say that Hunter was playing that night?
11 p.m.
Is that consistent with what you recall?
Yes.
Is it consistent with when you remember speaking to Christopher Dunn?
Yes.
When you spoke to Christopher Dunn that night, what was his demeanor like?
He was fine. He was talking, laughing about me having a baby at 15.
Ooh.
That's how we always talk for hours on the phone,
So you spoke for a long time.
all the time.
How long do you think you spoke?
I don't know. So the nurse came in and said, I want to take your vitals. And so that was after Hunter.
Was Christopher's demeanor different when he spoke with you on May 18th than when he spoke with you on May 17th?
No, not at all.
When did you get off the phone that night?
Gabby's driving.
It was after Hunter. So I don't know.
Do you recall why your conversation ended?
My nurse came in. She needed me to. The nurse came in and said that she wanted me to take my vitals.
Now to
Mhm.
show you what has been
And do
noted for
crosswords.
also
Yes.
been previously admitted. You can turn to tab 19 of the binder, and again, it'll be on the
Trivia.
I loved the TV guide crossword.
Mhm.
And I
Yep.
am sorry that those panties don't have a mother or a crotch.
And they're slower than molasses.
Glasses.
On the first page of the document, do you see a title of the document?
Yes, it just says affidavit.
And in the third paragraph down, do you see where it says, I am the custodian of the records?
Yes,
Where does this document say the records are from?
St. Alexis Hospital.
Come on. Come here.
And then turning to page 5,
It's okay.
in the top left, do you see a hospital name?
I think I'm looking at the wrong page here. Yes, Deaconess Hospital.
Yes. Do you know what the relationship between Deaconess Hospital and St. Alexius Hospital was?
No.
On page 18, in the top left, do you see that it says Deaconess Hospital again?
Yes.
Is that where you were when Christopher Dunn, strike that. Is that where you were when you had your daughter?
Yes.
Okay. We are going to switch.
16 minutes. Come here. Anyone would think someone was pulling his whiskers out one by one. Swear to God.
Seriously? Meow.
Yeah, he's just the biggest sook. As soon as he's out of sight, I'm out of sight.
By the way, I'll tell Bree that you will take a kitten. She has 4.
Yeah. I'll have
They're
them all.
so cute. Like stop sending me pictures.
Oh, email them to me.
There's one black with orange. She's gonna be a black and orange calico. Super long.
Oh,
That's the one I'm like, okay, I'll
no.
take that one.
Okay.
And then I was like,
Mm.
no, I'm not taking any. She's like, yes, you are. I'm like, no, because if I did, I would. Whoop,
If you did, you would whoop.
I would whoop. I'd take 2.
Whoop.
That's what I told him. Like, oh, there's 2. There's a gray one. It's like a light gray, and it has
There's more to it. They actually spend months in quarantine, I think.
Yeah, that's what Amber Heard got in trouble for.
Oh, they've got to have their pet portfolio passport or something with all their vaccinations and yeah, no.
Yeah, that's she because she didn't keep her dogs in quarantine. Her and Johnny Depp, that's what they got in trouble for. At least 2 units of knobs. All right, we're moving ahead. Let me know how the audio is on this one, please.
Our ears going to be blown out.
I turned it down. It's about I turned about halfway down from what it was. So if I need to turn it down or up, let me know.
Underneath where it says Deaconess Hospital, do you see what this document is called?
Can't see it. Nurse's note. The nurse's notes.
Looking at the chart, what is the first date that you see?
I can't see that. 5/18/90.
Do you see the time that was notated by the nurse?
I can't make it out without my glasses. I think what
It's
is
a little hard to read. On the following,
it? Looks like 2:30.
maybe, and going down to the second time, do you see the date there?
Yes, 5/19/90.
And what time is there?
Unaliving.
0100.
He was only 18.
So 1 a.m. on May 19th, 1990.
Mm-hmm.
Reading that first short sentence, what does the note say that the nurse notated?
Vital stable, denies pain, discomfort.
Is 1 a.m. consistent with when you remember the phone call with Chris ending?
Yes, about that. It was late.
Do you know where Chris was speaking to you from?
From home.
How do you know that?
Because I had talked to Nail there.
Who called who?
I don't remember, but I think I called him.
Do you know if Chris had a cell phone?
No, absolutely not.
In 1990?
Do you know who else lived in the home that you called?
His mother, his sister Dee Dee, I think Angela lived there too, and Nail.
I need you to keep your voice up. I'm having trouble actually understanding.
It was his
She say,
mother.
AJ,
and,
keep your voice up.
After your call with Christopher ended, what happened?
After it ended, I think I called him back or something, and I talked to Nail, and they said he was being arrested.
I know.
And expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Did you try to come forward and tell someone that you were speaking with Christopher Dunn on the night of May 18th, 1990?
Yes.
Did you ever testify previously on behalf of Christopher Dunn?
No.
Do you recall testifying in proceedings after he was tried?
Yes.
When was that?
I think it was in Licking, maybe, it's been a while, 5-6 years ago.
Did you ever sign an affidavit regarding this matter and what happened on May 18th, 1990?
Yes.
Miss Bailey, I'm now going to show you Exhibit 13, which has also been previously admitted. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Is this the affidavit that you signed?
Yes.
Do you see in the sixth paragraph down where it starts, I directly recall?
Can we blow it up? I can't read it. Okay.
And can you read that first sentence?
I distinctly recall that Friday night, May 18th, 1990, the night after my daughter Brittany was born, Chris called me late night just to talk.
Did Chris call you that night or did you call him?
I'm having trouble remembering that because we call each other all the time, like all day in a day. So he may have called me. I thought I called him, but
Did you have a cell phone at that time?
no.
Oh,
Did he have
have
the phone
money
number
to
for
have
your
a cell
hospital
phone
room?
at that time.
I'm not sure.
Not everyone could just
Did you
afford.
testify at Christopher's original trial in 1991?
No.
Why not?
I mean, I tried. I was contacted by somebody, but that was way after. But I guess nobody wanted to hear what I had to say.
And how old were you at the time in 1991?
15. I may have been 16 then. I would be 16, 1991.
How old was your daughter at the time?
If it was May of 91, she was a year old.
On May 18th, 1990, when you were on the phone with Chris, were you on any medications?
No.
From 11 p.m. on May 18th, 1990 to 1 a.m. on May 19th, 1990, were you on any medications that could have affected your mental clarity?
No. I was fine after I had my daughter.
And last question, Nicole, why are you testifying today?
Because this has been a nightmare for all of us, more for Chris. But I was a child and I tried to tell them then that he couldn't have been there. I was on the phone with him. And I mean, anybody that knows us at that time, we talked on the phone for hours all the time. I would have known if Chris was upset. I would have known if something was going on. We was on the phone and all of a sudden, boom, I have a baby, lose a good friend. And it was just like that. And here I'm almost 50 now. I was 15 then. My daughter's 34 years old. I remember her birthday because I remember when he was basically just taken out of our life.
Thank you for testifying today. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Houston. Ms. Eastep or Mr. Crane, do you have questions?
Good morning, Ms. Bailey.
Good morning.
You testified that on May 18th of 1990, you were 15 years old. Is that right?
Yes.
And at that time, you would have been about 24 hours post-op from a C-section.
Yes.
And that was, is it my understanding that was a scheduled C-section, not an emergency one?
It was scheduled.
It was scheduled. Okay. And on May 18th, you were in fact on several medications. Isn't that right?
Oh, no.
Not any
No.
medications. And I was awoke the whole time I had my daughter. I was not sedated.
Okay. But you just testified that you were on no medications. Did I hear that testimony correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
That would have impaired me mentally. I was.
Well,
I'm
what,
sorry.
did you just testify that you were on no medications? You were not medicated?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you, did you just testify that you were not on any medications?
That would impair me mentally.
I believe the question was, were you on medications that would impair you?
I think that was the follow-up question.
Okay.
So the first question was, were you on any medications?
Okay. Sustain.
You said that you testified under oath previously in this matter. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And whenever you testified at that time, you were under oath
Yes.
and you swore to tell the truth?
Yes.
All right. May I approach, Judge?
You may.
I'm going to show you a portion of that transcript. And you don't have it in front of you, so I'll come show it to you. And you just let me know if I read it correctly.
Mhm.
And this is page 64. And I'm going to start. I know you said you don't have your glasses. I'll read it out loud, but I'll have you read along with me, okay? So you were asked on line 4 question, and you had several blood transfusions. Answer. Sorry, I'll start over again. So on line 4 question, and you'd had several blood transfusions. Answer. No, I only had 1 blood transfusion. Question. 1 blood transfusion. Do you remember being on medication? Answer. I wasn't on any medication. Question. You weren't on any medication? Answer. Question. Now, nothing
That's what I wanna
or
say.
anything like that after
Yeah.
having a baby? Answer. No. Did I read that correctly? And so
If
all
you're
I'm
gonna wear
trying to
heels, you need to
establish,
learn how to walk in them.
Bailey, is that you were on some
Do what?
medication, correct?
Do what?
If you're gonna wear heels, lady, you need to know how to walk in them properly. You meanie.
You big meanie. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Now I'm gonna pick on you.
Correct. I
Not
understand it's
anything
your
that would.
testimony that it was not impairing your,
Compound question. She never answered the question.
well, I didn't finish asking it yet.
Go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Judge.
Re-ask the question.
I understand that you testified that you weren't on any medication that you are saying impaired your ability to remember. But my question was, were you on any medication?
Mhm.
Okay. And so,
No, I was listening to what she said and just said, as if I understood her question.
okay. So you understood that question.
Yes, I understand your
Okay.
question.
And so, in fact, on May 18th, you were on several medications, including some pain medications.
That I refused when it was offered.
Okay.
I
so
wasn't in any pain. Yes, I was offered medications.
Okay. So if the medical records indicate that you were given those medications, those would be false?
I wouldn't remember that.
Okay. And so if the medical records indicate that you were on, let's see, Parladel, Mylicon, Dialos, Percocet, Phenergen,
They write all these up
Visceral, and
standard.
Demerol, all given to you at least twice on.
So I know the Phenergan is nausea. I don't know that she said
These are just
Demerol's.
standard post-op meds they put in just in case the nurses need to give them post-op. That's it. Doesn't mean that she actually
So
was given them.
taking them. Okay.
Yeah.
I like to hear attorneys try to say the names of these
Yeah.
medicines, medications.
Because she would have had an epidural. So
Yeah, she says she was awake the whole time.
yeah, yep.
So
She would have had a
yeah.
spinal.
May 18th, as indicated in Movements Exhibit 19.
That
You-
would not be correct.
That would not be correct.
That would not be
Okay.
correct. Because I wasn't in any pain. I was walking around doing everything.
All right.
No.
And one of the
Just wait
reasons
for
you
another
could,
question.
one of the reasons you could not be on any pain is because you were receiving pain medication. Isn't that true?
Can you repeat that question again?
One,
There's I'll sustain that objection.
you also were in need of a blood transfusion at some point, correct?
Yes.
And you did not receive that blood transfusion until 2 nights after, or I guess 3 nights after your C-section. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I know you had been asked previously at previous hearings. We just saw a part of it. If you were given 1 or 2 blood transfusions, do you recall that?
No, I don't.
You don't recall the transfusions or
Yes,
being
yes, I got the transfusion. I don't recall exactly the dates.
asked about it?
Right.
Okay. And I'm not a medical professional, Miss Bailey, but
Nope.
you're the one who received.
What's this got to do with anything?
I think they're just trying to say that she was loopy and she wouldn't know what she was
Mhm.
doing. So she
Yeah.
didn't. So you didn't get the medication, and so now you're going to be like, well, you didn't have enough blood.
Yep.
Also, she was really young, so maybe the C-section wasn't as hard on her. You know, young people tend to take crap like that better.
Mm-hmm.
So ugh.
Mm-hmm. Meanie.
She is mean. Not as mean as her
Oh,
counterpart
yeah.
over or
Nah, he's an
co
idiot.
whatever. He's a jerk.
Yep.
Just proceed with your question, Ms. Eastoe.
You tell me if you know, but if your medical records indicate you received 2 separate transfusionists and 2 separate transfusions, is that considered 1 transfusion to you or 2?
That would be 2.
Okay. So if your records indicate that you received 2 transfusions, would that be accurate?
I don't know what my medical, what transfusions I had.
Okay.
We'll be going with this.
So you don't
34
recall today if
years
you had
ago.
1 or 2?
I know I had 1 transfusion.
Mm.
I don't know if they gave me 2 at the time, but it was 1 transfusion that I remember.
Okay. And you also had been suffering from a headache since receiving your epidural. Is that right?
Yes, I did have a headache after.
Okay. And in fact, you complained of suffering of that headache for multiple days after giving birth or having your C-section. Is that right?
I don't remember if it was days, but I did have a headache after having a baby.
Okay. And if the medical records indicate you were still complaining of that headache 3 days later, would that be accurate?
If that's what they wrote down, maybe, but I don't remember having a headache for 3 days. But I did have a headache after I had my baby.
Briar, you're feeling my pain.
And you were aware that your friend Christopher Dunn was facing murder charges in 1990. You became aware of that at some point. Is that fair?
Yes.
Maybe not the night that you testified that you spoke to him, but at some point.
Yes.
All right. And I know that you said you tried to talk to the police, but that was not, or you tried to talk to someone, but that was not until after his trial. Is that right?
Can you repeat that?
I will. The court reporter wants me to repeat it as well. You testified that you tried to talk to someone, but that was not until after he had been to trial.
Yes, I was 15 years old. I didn't know who to talk to.
Okay. And the first person that you were contacted by was an attorney sometime later.
Yes, Emily Blood.
Okay. And Emily Blood. Oh, all right. So would that have been, and you may not know, but would that have been during his post-conviction relief time?
I don't know.
And you spoke to Emily Blood. So she was an attorney representing Christopher Dunn.
I don't know if she was an attorney, but that's who I talked to.
All right. And that would have been after he was convicted of murder.
Yes.
And I believe that you came down to the city and talked to Emily Blood. Is that fair?
Yes.
Do you recall where you talked to her? Was it at a courthouse like this or somewhere else?
No, it was at a courthouse.
All right. Was it in a courtroom or like out in a hallway?
Out in the hallway.
And in fact, you talked to her for quite a long time.
Not a long time. She basically just greeted me, and I told her I was there. My grandmother brought me down.
Did you talk to her about what you've testified to today?
I just told her what I'd already told her before. That's why she told me to come down, but I didn't testify or anything.
Okay. So you talked to her in a courthouse. You had talked to her sometime previously?
Just to come down. She invited me down here.
Okay. And you told her, what you told her was all about that night, what you remembered from May 18th?
I don't remember her discussing that with me at all at that time when we got to the courthouse.
All right. Just give me 1 second, Miss Bailey.
Yeah, where are you going with this?
I think Reese Witherspoon asked better questions.
Yeah. So
Not
where was
going
she going
anywhere.
with blood transfusions and the headaches now? She's changed.
Can I approach, Judge?
You may.
All right, I'm going to show you another portion of your sworn testimony from the habeas hearing in 2018, okay? I'm going to start on page 67, line 5. And I'll have you look along with me because it gets a little choppy at one point. So question, now if you knew you talked to Chris Dunn and you knew about the shooting, then you say, why didn't you come forward at trial? Answer, actually, question, I mean, you knew about this, right? Answer, actually, I did. Actually, Emily Blood contacted me. I came down to the city. I told her everything about everything I'm telling you today. I did what I could. I was 15 years old. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, she read it correctly.
Gold star.
And so you told Emily Blood everything that you could remember about that night. Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I did. She knew about that. That's why she had me come down.
Okay. And you knew that that was important to tell her everything you've testified to, both at the habeas hearing and today?
Yes.
All right. And so your testimony today, Miss Bailey, is that you were speaking to Mr. Dunn on the phone around 11 to 1 a.m., roughly,
Yes.
give or take. That you don't know precisely.
No, I don't. But it was late. We always talked on the phone for hours.
Sure. So around that window.
Yes.
Maybe your memory maybe is off a couple minutes on either scale, but we're talking about that chunk of time frame.
Yes.
And your memory or your testimony is that you would have been talking to him on his home phone.
Yes.
And I understand from your direct examination that maybe it's unclear who called who, but at least you knew he was home because you also spoke to his sister.
Yes.
And I understood that testimony correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So would you, and you said he did not have a cell phone.
No.
So you would agree with me, Miss Bailey, that if Christopher Dunn was driving around the city from 10 a.m. to midnight, he could not have been at home speaking with you on the phone.
Right.
And if Christopher Dunn was at a girl named Terry's apartment at midnight forward, he could not have been at home talking to you on the phone.
Repeat the question.
If he was at an individual named Terry's house, then he couldn't have been speaking.
This is not an expert witness, and she's asking hypotheticals about things that witness have personal knowledge.
Judge, I think she has personal knowledge as to where she spoke to Mr. Dunn, so she can answer these questions if she has knowledge.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Okay. And so if Christopher Dunn was at someone named Terry's apartment and not at home, he couldn't have been speaking to you on his home phone. Would you agree with that?
We were on his home phone talking. I don't know about Terry or
Okay.
whoever you're talking about.
And then if Christopher Dunn left his home at 11 p.m. on the 18th and didn't come home until 2 a.m. the next morning, he couldn't have been on his home phone speaking to you. Is that fair?
He was on his home phone.
Hang on. What's that?
I mean, I'm sorry. We as teenagers did not have a cell phone in 1990, nor were we ever even thinking about having a cell phone in 1990. You had a car phone, but
I
even
had
those
one.
were so rare. Like,
My parents were rich though.
that's what I was like. You had to have money to have that stuff. And I knew one person that their parents had a car phone, and that was in the late 90s, not early. The only people I knew that had car phones were when I watched Heart to Heart on television because they were super rich. Jonathan and
But
Jennifer Hart each had a car phone and a Jag.
but Chris Dunn was at his mum's place when he was talking to her, and there was like 3 other witnesses that corroborate that he was there on the phone to her
Yeah.
at the time.
Kelly, you're right. Yeah. You had a really long cord, or I
Yes,
did have a phone in
yes,
my bedroom,
that's right.
or you had the cord that you stretched all the way to the bedroom. And this cell phone is crap. No. The pagers for me would have been later 90s. I had a pager like later 90s, but that was just because you could text on them at the time. So then my husband, like, we could get a hold of each other. It was kind of the
Yeah,
first texting.
yeah.
I
Good
remember his
morning,
first
Kelly.
cell
Morning,
phone
Rita Hef.
was a bag phone for work. It has- wouldn't that be hilarious? Did you steal my car? Because I left my car running the other day. I had to run in somewhere, and I was talking to Carmen on the phone, and I'm like, Carmen, nobody's here. It's in the middle of the afternoon, or it's like early morning. I had run in the post office real quick, which was closed, and there was nobody around. I'm like, but you never know. So I said, if somebody jumps in my car and they steal it, make sure you tell them that they're stealing my car. She's like, oh, I will. Yes, Bri. Those are the only people that had those things. You didn't, they were not. This is a dumb argument.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just
The
had
only argument you got when you got nothing.
and she has nothing.
Mm-hmm.
She's wasting a lot of time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it that way, so I'm going to overrule the objection.
You can answer the question.
Can
I
you
think you
repeat the
did.
question?
Sure. If Christopher Dunn had left his home at 11 p.m. on the 18th and didn't return until 2 a.m. on the 19th, so 3 hours later, he couldn't have been talking to you on his home phone during that time.
I'm not really understanding the question. Actually, I
Okay.
know I talked to Chris for hours at 11 o'clock.
Let
I
me
don't-
repeat the question and make sure you
Story has
understand
not
it, okay?
Yes.
So your testimony is that you spoke to Chris
Mm-hmm.
on his home phone.
Yes.
And my question, and you said that it had to have been at his home because of the landline.
Right.
So my question to you is, based on your knowledge of him having a cell phone or the number that you called him on, if he was not in his home from 11 p.m. until 2 a.m., there's no way that you could have been speaking to him on his home phone.
I still don't.
Yeah, I think you need to clarify your question.
I'm
I'm going to
not
walk
thinking-
it. I don't think she's answered this one.
I'm going to overrule that. I'm going to overrule that objection.
I'm going to walk it back. I just want to make sure that we understand. He overruled the objection.
I did overrule the objection.
I just want to.
I'm not trying to ask you a trick question. It's
It
just,
seems.
if you spoke to Chris, your testimony is that you spoke to Chris Dunn on his home phone.
Absolutely.
Okay. My question to you is, if Chris Dunn was not at home from 11 p.m. until 2 a.m.,
I don't know if he wasn't at home. He was at home when I talked to him.
so you would not have been able to talk to him on his home phone if he wasn't home.
No.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Where'd you get?
Yeah.
Nowhere.
Do you have further?
Someone must have
Susan?
testimony somewhere that he was out between 11 and 2.
I mean, ugh.
I like this
Miss
attorney.
Bailey, I'm going to take you to Exhibit 19 on page 13. Do you see the title of this document?
Deaconess Hospital
Zoom it in,
medication
yeah.
profile.
And at the first,
What'd you say, Jody?
I said, zoom it in so I can see it.
I tried that once, and then everything on my computer went really small, and we couldn't
I
see
was talking
anything.
to the attorney.
Yeah.
first part of this chart, do you
Yeah.
see the date listed on the left?
518.
And I'm sure I'll pronounce these wrong, but is that next to a medication?
Yes.
What is that medication?
I have no idea what that is.
Halcyon?
Halcyon, 25 milligrams.
And
PO.
then do you see
Orally.
I mean,
where it says Heplock?
Yes.
What date is next to Heplock?
is she supposed to remember 34 years later what these medications were, what they did, and if she got them or not? Are you kidding me? Like, you guys, I know you guys know, but unless she's going to say, this is what they are, this is how I know what they are, because she's already just said, I'm not a medical doctor. So
No, this is the drug chart. So this is what the nurses have to sign off against. The doctors write that order and they have to sign it. So to the right-hand side, if she's been given it, there will be a time and a signature initial of when that was given to her.
okay. Well, there's no date next to it, like the other ones above it.
They're all in that top triangle on the left. They were written up on the 18th of the 5th, except for the bottom one that was written on the 20th of the 5th.
Okay, so what's in that middle column there? The
Middle.
where it says like 08 through 18.
Okay, so between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. So the hours that you're supposed to give
Oh,
it.
okay.
8, 1, 6, and 9. And then further to the right, there'll be the doctor's signature, and then there'll be a column with dates, and then that's when you sign if you've actually administered that medication further to the right.
All right. Bryce says Heplock isn't a drug, it's a type
Yeah.
of IV access.
Yeah. And you can only keep an IV in for 3 days generally
Right.
before you have to change it. That's why they've dated it.
Yeah, because right underneath it says Heplock flush
Mm-hmm.
something. Is that night shift? Q shift? I can't read what that says.
Not flush. Yeah.
Something shift, but I can't read. I can't read it. Huh. Well, if that's what that is, I believe you. Where's she going with it? Did you change your own IV while you were there?
Yeah. Doctor's writing.
It clearly says scribble. Okay. Ooh, are those not heparin? Are those the shots they give you in your belly when you're like
heparin? Yes.
Oh my gosh, I hate those things.
Stop your blood clotting.
Yes. I hate those things.
Better than a blood clot.
Yep. I think we probably ought to administer them to ourselves for when we're on stream.
Yes.
For hours.
Yes. You don't know how many times I've stood up afterwards after I've turned everything off and then nearly fallen over with a cramp.
And that's a joke, YouTube, because we are not medical doctors and we would never administer things to ourselves that weren't prescribed to us. Just FYI. All right. Let's see where she's going with this.
518.
And the medication below that, what date is there?
520.
The medications between Halcyon and Heplock, what dates were they shown on the chart?
518 and then 520.
For the medications on May 18th, On the chart in the,
I'll go
in the
back.
6th column, do you see a date?
On the chart, 6th column. 5/18.
And do you see times on certain medications on the chart underneath that column?
I don't see anything right there. Which one are we looking at?
Why is it so far away? The TV or whatever they're showing that.
Mm.
I wonder why it's not closer.
Okay. I see 10/18 on 5/18.
For the 10 and 18, let's say 10 and 6, do you see any other times on Parladel after 18 that you were given that medication on May 18th?
No.
It
What
feels
about
like it.
Thiazol?
No.
Exactly, Kelly.
Milacon is a little hard to read. Can you see what time it says you were given the Milacon?
Oh, I can't read it.
Does she know what that does? Does
Are you
she know
aware
what
that Milacon
Milacon
is a
does?
gas medicine?
No, I didn't. I was 15.
And the Dialos, do you see what time you were given that one?
Looks like 10/18.
And can you read when you were given Heplock?
She wasn't,
not-
right?
Can't
No.
read it. I see a 2 and a 5. I can't make it out.
So you see 215.
Yeah, I see a 2 and I see a 5.
Do you know that Heplock is an anticoagulant?
Now, exactly what is that?
Judge, can we
I
take
don't know.
judicial notice of some of the medications on this list? I have page vaults from WebMD with what these what Heplock and Milacon are. Milacon being the gas medicine and Heplock being an anticoagulant.
Is there any objection to that?
Okay, an anticoagulant isn't going to do anything to you
No.
You can
mentally.
go on the internet and do that, or
Okay.
take judicial notice of what all the medications are, which is fine as well.
Okay.
Also, if you go on WebMD, you're
So
going
after
to
6 o'clock
be
that night,
dead about everything that you have.
the medications that you were given were only Milacon and Heplock, according to this part of the chart.
Okay.
Scrolling down to the bottom of the chart,
Exactly, Gabby, because you're going to die. That's what it's going to say.
actually, can we go to the full page? Looking at the 518 column again, for the medications at the bottom of the chart. Can we zoom in on the bottom of the chart now? Thank you. For the first medication, do you see times that you were given that medication on May 18th?
I can't see the times. I see something written there. I don't have my glasses.
Hard to read.
Get her to walk up there.
The Phenergan medication,
Also, it doesn't do anything to
and what time you
you.
were given that
Thought
one.
process. Like you so you don't throw up.
I cannot see that. I see JS. I see 1310 something.
1310, so 1:10 p.m.
Okay.
Do you see, sorry. Do you see the Vistaril medication
Yes.
and what times that one was given?
It looks like 0230.
And was there another time for that one?
That is 630. I can 0630 630.
And then for the last medication on this chart,
Okay.
for the Demerol, do you see what times you were given that one as well?
Oh Lord. 02:30.
And do you see another time for that one as well?
I can't make that out. That's
Can we zoom on that one a little bit?
Somebody's phone's ringing.
Uh-huh.
It's like better 1, better 2. And they're flipping that better 3.
Is that you, Miss
better-
Bailey? Okay, that's okay.
okay. That's a little better. Looks like 02:30, and that looks like a 06, and I can't make out the other numbers.
So you can't read what is after the 6, maybe. After 7 o'clock on May 18th, you were only on Milacon and Heplock.
According to the chart.
And then let's look a little bit at May 19th.
Surely there's a copy of this in the transcript in front of her that she could look at.
You would think so.
Oh,
For the Parladel, do you see the first time that's written down?
I see it, but I can't make out what it says. 0818, I think.
Can we zoom in a little bit?
oh.
It'd have you get 3 guesses and the first 2 don't count. That
What
lady
about
looks
the
like
Fiazol?
she's just going to get down there and whip her butt.
It is 0818, looks like.
08 and 18. And then the Milacon, do you see the first time that's given?
But you know you're coming to court.
Looks
Bring
like
your fucking
0813.
bring your glasses.
08 and 19.
I don't know.
And then the Dialos?
Mm. 08. I don't know what the other 2 numbers is.
We'll do this again for the Heplock.
Oh, good. Let's do it again.
Yeah.
I see a 6, 06.
And then at the bottom
Love
of the
that
chart,
movie.
the last few.
Miss Bailey, would it help you to get closer to the chart? If you
Oh,
looked over
genius.
There, could you see better?
I don't know. It looks kind of jumbled to me, but maybe.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't
Well, if it
read
would, you
doctor.
can feel free to do that. Okay.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like 818.
Also,
So for the Percocet, what's the first time that you see there?
okay.
818. 08.
And then do you see any times for the other medications on this
No.
chart? What times did you talk to Chris roughly between May 18th and the morning of May 19th, 1990?
It was late that night, like I said. Hunter came on, I guess, about 11. Me and Chris was known to talk on the phone sometimes a day late. So it's only because the nurse said get off the phone so I can do the vital. So it was way late.
Do you recall any of the medications you were on affecting your memory in this case?
No, I was telling him about the baby, about Hunter, just regular conversation.
No further questions.
Yay.
Thank you,
Great.
Miss Huson.
Um,
Miss Estep, do you have further questions? Okay, thank
Yay.
you for your testimony. Miss Bailey, you can step down.
and the sad part was, I thought that was a state. That was his side
Mhm.
asking all those dumb freaking questions
Mhm.
that at the end there. Why?
To get on the record what she had taken, maybe. Mm-hmm.
All right, they're going to take a break. So there's no sound here until this witness comes up. There's sound like right at the very end. I have no idea whose transcripts they were reading. There was, I think they read 2 maybe, but there's no sound. and then this lady comes up. So we'll skip that part.
Mm. Oh, I like her top.
It is pretty. I like her hair.
Yeah.
This is Dr. Nancy Franklin coming up next.
Your Honor, at this time, the circuit attorney would call Dr. Nancy Franklin.
Is this the ME?
What'd you say?
Is this the medical examiner?
No. I don't remember. Maybe. I don't think
Yes,
so.
Peter Hef. I finally will agree with you on that one.
She's a hottie. Oh, the other one they did read was his mother's testimony. But like I said, there's like no sound. She could have interpreted those medical records.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Mm-hmm.
Dang, if that attorney didn't have high heels on, she wouldn't be able to see over that podium. All right.
I'll let you put your stuff down first. Can you? Wait a second. I got it. Do you solemnly swear? Do you solemnly swear that the following testimony, or that your testimony? Hang on. Let me do it. I was thrown off by the camera. First of all, do you mind being on camera? Okay. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. We got through.
She was just going to recite it herself.
Yeah. Me think 'em, same
Just
'em.
make sure you're close to the microphone and keep your voice up, and wait until the entire question is asked before answering. And if there's an objection, let me rule on it before answering. Okay. Thank you.
Peter Hef
my-
knows.
What'd you say? I can't
Please
hear you,
tell us-
Jody. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I was answering Gabby what she says. What
Oh,
W2F is happening right now, and I said Uda Hef knows.
Ha Been a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that judge is like, this is my job. This is the first thing I said to do when I
I
became a
get paid
judge.
the big bucks.
I do the oath.
Mm.
Like, I don't care if you can recite it back to me. It's my job.
What's your name?
Excuse me, my name is Nancy Franklin.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, Dr. Franklin.
I'm an eyewitness identification expert.
Okay, not
I
the
have
enemy.
a PhD in psychology. I'm a cognitive scientist. Bachelor's degree from the University of California at Santa Barbara. PhD, both of these in psychology from
Oh
Stanford
my God.
in California.
Uda Hef.
I was a faculty member at Stony Brook University in New York for 30 years and retired in 2019. I've been serving as an eyewitness identification expert since 2007.
In your time as a professor, what kind of classes did you teach?
Well, there's the undergraduate courses and also master's level and PhD courses. I largely taught the big service courses for undergraduates, introductory psychology, the survey course in cognition and perception, again, my broad field, and then an upper division course in human memory, which is my specific area of expertise, psychology and law, some seminars. I directed the honors program, and also taught courses at the master's level and PhD level, largely in cognition and memory.
I'm surprised those glasses fit her head.
Career, did you publish any articles?
Yeah, that's the primary obligation in the kind of university where I was. So I directed a lab. I was a principal investigator. I had PhD students who I trained. We conducted research the full time that I was at Stony Brook, and actually I was doing it as a PhD student and an undergraduate as well. and we would publish our findings, attend conferences, present at conferences.
What are some publications that you've written that specifically relate to memory and eyewitness identification?
For example, we've done and published research on what's called the weapon focus effect, which is a phenomenon whereby the presence of a weapon in a situation draws attention toward itself and away from the person who's holding the weapon. We've published research on the impact of various kinds of emotion on eyewitness reliability. I'll stop there.
And also, as part of your academic career, what talks or colloquia have you done related to eyewitness identifications?
Well, talks all the way through my career, and again, my training as a student at various academic conferences. So, usually a couple of those a year. Since I began serving as an eyewitness identification expert, I've given several continuing legal education trainings for
Did you get that,
attorneys, for
AJ?
judges.
I got it.
And also for the public.
On this stream.
Talk to us a little bit more about the legal CLEs that you've given specifically to judges and lawyers.
Sure, and also prosecutor's office. Yeah, I've been invited most commonly by public defender offices to present, lectures on various factors related to eyewitness memory that can impact the accuracy of someone's testimony. So largely it's been public defender offices, and also several universities have asked me to speak to their law students. I was invited by the Louisiana Black Judges Association to come address them. I was invited by a prosecutor's office also in Louisiana to address them. I gave a keynote address at the National Association for Criminal Defense Lawyers several years ago.
Don't think Bri gets it.
Trainings for the New England Innocence Project, and in a few weeks I'm doing a judicial training specifically on police identifications from surveillance images.
Dr. Franklin, what professional organizations do you belong to?
Good grief.
I belong to the large all-encompassing organization of cognitive scientists. That's called the Psychonomic Society, PSYCHONOMIC. And then there are a couple of organizations that are specific to this area of expertise involving eyewitness memory. And those are the American Psychology Law Society and the Society for Applied Research in Memory and Cognition.
Can you explain a little more why those specific organizations are more important to your line of work?
Yeah, it's just, how many talks are particularly relevant to the kinds of issues that I normally engage in. So at the Psychonomic Society meeting, people are reporting certainly on memory research, memory error.
All right, I'm going to try to L her. But when I was L-ing her earlier, I could not figure out where her talking about this ended and her talking about the case began. So I will try.
Meh.
Errors, eyewitness errors, that's certainly there, but there's a large number of sessions on language understanding, decision-making, visual perception, auditory perception, animal cognition. It's just a broader range. And so it's most exciting for me to attend the conferences where every session would be important for my professional activities.
Dr. Franklin, how many times have you served as an eyewitness identification expert?
Somewhere between 85 and 90 at this point.
And how many of those have you testified in?
Actually, that is the number where I've testified. I've consulted in many hundreds.
Dr. Franklin, you were retained in this case by the Midwest Innocence Project, correct?
Yes.
What were you asked to do by the Midwest Innocence Project?
I was asked to review a body of discovery
Ask the
And that
lady on the stand,
included
Debbie.
police reports, photos both of the crime scene and of
Oh.
the identification procedures,
Thanks,
Oh,
Kelly.
okay,
trial
Kelly.
testimony.
We'll be back tomorrow. So have a great rest of your day. Be safe.
Affidavits, transcriptions of interviews, memos, and notes regarding interviews, the Rule 91 hearing transcript. I think I've probably hit all of what I reviewed and relied upon. And then to report my opinion about the reliability of the identifications of Mr. Dunn by the two young men who identified him, Mr. Stepp and Mr. Davis.
Give it
Are
up,
you
Debbie.
charging any fee for your work in this case?
No.
You're doing this pro bono.
Yes.
Bye, Kelly.
Did you create an expert report
Bye,
detailing
Keller.
the eyewitness identification opinions you reached in this case?
I did, yes.
Were the methods and research you used to create your report typically used by eyewitness identification experts in your field?
Yes.
We went through the documents that you reviewed when you looked at this case. Were these documents that you relied on the type of documents that are typically relied on by experts in your field?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to certify Dr. Franklin as an expert in eyewitness identification.
There we go.
Any objection?
All objections.
Okay, she will be so certified.
Dr. Franklin, what opinions did you form after reviewing the record in this case?
Broadly, my opinion is that the identifications made of Mr. Dunn were highly unreliable, and that they were likely the result of some, any or all of inference, post-event suggestion, and possibly coercive influence or pressure and incentives.
Dr. Franklin, if you turn to tab 33 in that very large binder in front of you, and also showing on the screen is Move-ins Exhibit 33. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the revised version of the report that I provided to you, I think last month, fairly recently.
And if you want to go through it, is it a fair and accurate copy of your report in this case?
It looks to be, yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Move-ins 33.
Any objection? It will be admitted.
Dr. Franklin, I want to talk about your first opinion about how the identifications of Mr. Dunn by Michael Davis and DeMaurice Stepp were highly unreliable. First, how does identification research in a laboratory affect the ability to apply it to actual crimes?
We conduct this scholarly domain as a science, the same way medicine and physics study the phenomena in their fields. You have to have controlled experimental circumstances where you know what the factors are that are under investigation at the time. So you've got various conditions that you're comparing with each other. Importantly, ground truth, who the perpetrator is because you've set up this situation. And like these other scientific fields, properly conducted experiments allow you to draw scientifically responsible conclusions about how and whether a factor influences an outcome.
Is there any research that compares the results from these laboratory experiments to actual crimes?
There's some, where actual criminal situations allow interpretation of data. So there's, I guess, two branches here that come to mind. One is looking at contributing factors to exoneration cases, DNA exoneration cases, where we now know that the person who was convicted was innocent. And for example, we know that somewhere between 2/3 and 3/4 of those had involved misidentification. That research is very valuable in understanding how wrongful convictions and misidentifications in particular can occur. The second prong is examining where we can how real world circumstances impact reliable eyewitness reports. And to the extent that we can do that, we find hearteningly that the patterns of factor influence reflect or parallel what we see in the lab. What we find consistently is that the lab tends to underpredict how impairing these phenomena are. For example, because in the lab, it's hard to make people fear for their lives. And so, many of these factors are sort of dampened down compared to what we see in the real world.
Dr. Franklin, I want to start with the optimal conditions of an eyewitness identification. What are the results in laboratory research under optimal conditions of eyewitness identification?
You heard there was somebody hot on the stand, didn't you, Chrissy? And you came running. And then you realized it was not Viking Cop. And you were like, dang it. But it's good to see you, Chrissy. I was thinking about you the other day. I was hoping you were doing well. And that nobody had shaken any magic 8 balls in front of you lately. Especially me.
Well, the optimal conditions don't even involve memory, right? So, we're looking to see how well people can process faces and make even perceptual matching tasks. So the most optimal circumstances would be having a face at the top of the screen and then having a photo array below that face while it stays on the screen and telling people, here are 10 faces below that top face. Is that person at the top in this set? If he is, it's another picture taken the same day. So again, optimized. There's not going to be a big, appearance difference. And if he's not there, then that should be what you tell us. So under these circumstances, the images that are used are full face, good lighting, close-up view, for as long as the person doing the task wants to look. And again, they can go back and forth and make all the comparisons they want because there's, that face is still at the top of the screen. And what we find remarkably is that people make, in the condition where the right answer is he's not there, people make about 1/3 misidentifications. They pick someone. If you pick someone in that situation, you're making a misidentification. So what we learn from these studies is that people have a tendency to perceive a match, even when it's not there, to perceive that they're recognizing someone when they're not.
What factors can increase the risk of misidentification?
Anything that draws down from those optimal circumstances. So if the perceptual conditions are worse in terms of only a glimpse at the face, and then the face isn't there anymore, and now you're on your own looking at these photos, who knows when.
I don't see the point in this.
If the lighting is low, if there's distance
The
involved,
testimony said
to the face.
Both of the testimonies of Michael Davis and Tamara said that they didn't see anybody. They just named him because they hated him. There wasn't a witness.
Right.
There's no witnesses. So how could there be a witness recognition?
A witness, yeah.
This is pointless.
Other than she's just saying and she even said we can't replicate it in the lab because you can't make somebody fear for their life. I mean, you could you're gonna shut me in like a casket. I'm gonna fear for my life. There's things you can do to me that will make me fear for my life. But
she's gonna make me eat M&Ms now.
So I don't know, but she is on. She's on for a while.
Mm.
They do. I'm not listening to. I'm not. I don't watch Sesame Street. I don't think they do that. I was more of an electric company person. I liked that one better.
Are covered, or if your own, as the observer, if your own internal circumstances are distracting. If you're under stress, for example, then your cognitive processing won't be fully on the task at hand. You will be, for example, looking for escape routes or how to protect yourself. If there's a weapon in the situation, as I mentioned before when you were qualifying me, weapons tend to draw attention away, which means you're not processing the face as well or as much as you would have if you hadn't been distracted by the weapon.
Dr. Franklin, explain how familiarity with a perpetrator can affect identifications.
Well, the first thing to say is that familiarity is a continuum. So you can go all the way from never saw the face before to your mother. And what we know is all the way at the extreme where your mother is on that spectrum, people tend to be quite good at recognizing someone they are truly familiar with. But that criterion for what it takes to be truly familiar, that's a high bar for people in my field. In that middle range, people can have some level of prior exposure to or some level of acquaintance with someone. And if it's a casual acquaintance, if they've seen them only a couple of times sort of around, particularly if they've never interacted with them directly, then the performance in being able to identify that person falls much closer to the truly unfamiliar, stranger end of the spectrum, where people are making 1/3 misidentifications, even in that perceptual matching task.
Dr. Franklin, how can an eyewitness misidentify a stranger perpetrator as someone that is familiar to them?
Well, again, people have a tendency to try to find a match, or to perceive a familiar face, or perceive that they're recognizing the person more often than they actually are seeing someone who's familiar. And let me, if it helps, I can give you a published, finding on this.
Please do.
Okay. So this is a finding by Kerstholt, Kerstholt, and colleagues, from, I believe, 1992. So everybody who participated as a research subject was actually on staff at a perceptual research institute. So these people are much more familiar with the foibles of perception than the average person. This institute had, I think, around 125 staff members at the time. And there was a handful of people who served as research subjects. And then there were photos of people that they would be looking at. 2/3 of those people were actually familiar to them and had, on average, worked in the same facility as them for 13 years. And the other 1/3 were total strangers. The photos were presented in very dim, the photos were taken in very dim lighting with hoodies on, all of the people shown in the pictures. So not ideal circumstances. And the participants were shown one photo after another and asked, do you recognize this person? And if so, who is it? And what was found was about a quarter of the time when they were looking at strangers, they named someone from the facility. And so, yeah, I mean, people are good at identifying someone who's, quite familiar to them, but only if they can get a good enough view. And once you make the circumstances challenging, you get these sorts of misidentification errors, particularly, if people have a reason to expect to, be looking at someone they know.
How does the Kirst-Holt study and the research regarding familiarity apply to DeMaurice Stepp and Michael Davis?
Well, the circumstances are remarkably similar, except that the Kirst-Holt circumstances were more favorable. So DeMaurice Stepp and Michael Davis both described their views of the perpetrator. It was under lower lighting than the people in the photos for Kirst-Holt, and it was a much briefer view than what the participants in Kirst-Holt got. And they were in a neighborhood that they associated with Mr. Dunn. And they both volunteered to police and to detectives and then testified at trial that who they recognized was Mr. Dunn, someone they claimed to have some familiarity with.
And how does the clothing that they used in Kirst-Holt, how does that apply to DeMaurice Stepp and Michael Davis?
Thank you. Yeah, I left that out. So Mr. Stepp described the perpetrator, who he claimed was Mr. Dunn, as wearing a baseball hat. So under both circumstances, the study and also what Mr. Stepp claimed to have seen involved covering of hair and hairline, something called partial disguise in my field, something that's known to produce higher rates of misidentification.
And what about Michael Davis?
Michael Davis actually described a different form of partial disguise, also something that's been studied though. He described sunglasses. And not only did he describe seeing sunglasses, but he claimed that that is the reason that he knew it to be Mr. Dunn. He recognized him from the sunglasses.
You mentioned the phrase partial disguise. How do partial disguises affect eyewitness identifications?
They increase mis-IDs.
I want to talk about the opportunity that an eyewitness has to view the face. How do factors such as exposure, lighting, distance affect identifications?
Yeah, I think when you say exposure, you mean exposure time?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we can go through these one by one. So you've already seen that given all the time you need in that matching task, you're still, if you're typical, good odds of making a mis-ID under the condition where you should have said he's not there. So now if we vastly limit your opportunity to view, we can, for example, show you a bring you into the lab, show you a simulated crime. This is something that Memon, M-E-M-O-N, and colleagues did during this simulated crime on a video. The participants actually saw a close-up view of the perpetrator for 12 seconds, much longer than
you joined at the wrong time.
What the record in the Dunn case reflects. And then during that same experimental session, about a half hour later, they were given a photo array. Again, the right answer being he's not there.
All right. So basically what she is saying is there's no way that these guys could have identified Christopher Dunn in the situation they were in. And
they lied and recanted it, admitted it.
Yes. So there was no way that they could have said that. That's all they're getting from her. However, we can go see what the state has to say about it, because I'm curious how they're going to try to discredit her. First question will probably be, how much were you paid? Now let's see. I'm sure none of you will care. I'm just trying to figure out. I don't know where that is, so I'm going to have to be very careful. There she is. Miss Easter. Back it up, back it up. All right, I can't tell who's questioning, so give me a second. You're probably right, Bri. First question. Or can you name these medications? Have you taken it? The witness or the prosecutor, Gabby? We saw her in the Lamar one. The Llama Johnson. She was the one that didn't put the tabs in the binder. They got yelled at. She put tabs in her binder this time. Jody.
You hear that?
I can hear it, but I was reading.
Mm.
Wit.
You hear this?
Yeah. Wit. Where'd we see her? All right, Gabby. I don't know. All right. I don't know who's talking to her.
Suspect from a spurious identification. And I'll just say one more thing, which is the recommendation of the initial interview being complete.
I do not know.
Right?
Well, I don't
before
know
the
either.
witness is exposed to any photo of the suspect. You know, the first thing you want to do is sort of the equivalent of bagging the evidence. You know, with a fingerprint, you sort of, you know, put, I don't know, cellophane around it. I'm not sure, but you know, you lock in the best information that you can gather in totality. You know, you get you get a full description, for example, of the person that the witness saw, and you videotape the entirety of that interaction.
And Dr. Franklin, I think you might have touched on it a little bit, but as part of these best practices, are officers supposed to get a description of how are officers supposed to go about selecting the fillers? How do they decide which fillers to use?
The appropriate way to select fillers is to match the witness's description of the features of the perpetrator as closely as possible, while also not making the suspect stand out in any way. But you know, the best way to make sure the suspect doesn't stand out as the clear best match is to know what features you're looking for when you're picking your fillers. So that comes from a description.
And Dr. Franklin, how did the procedures in this case align with the best practices that you just laid out?
Well, the photo arrays for both boys and the lineup, there was only one lineup conducted. It was for Mr. Stepp. Both of those were conducted by non-blind officers who knew who the suspect was. Both the photo array that was given to both boys and also the live lineup had only 3 fillers. And I saw no record of any description by either of the young boys of what the perpetrator looked like. So it's unclear to me whether Mr. Dunn may have been the best match to some feature that the boys associated with that name. Whether or not they actually really knew well what Mr. Dunn looked like.
Dr. Franklin, I just have a few final wrap-up questions.
Sure.
Everything that we've discussed today, what of this research would have been available to Mr. Dunn in 1991?
In 1991, this field was in its relative infancy. So, you know, looking back through the entirety of the 1980s, fewer than 60 research articles on any form of eyewitness memory, including identification. Fewer than 60 were published in that entire decade. What we know about the impact of stress has changed quite a bit from the time of trial. And, you know, I'm saying that one first because, again, lay people without being advised about what stress actually does to memory can tend to credit witness testimony from a highly violent, you know, personally salient, emotional event. Weapon focus, which is related to stress, was something experts had not yet fully, come to
That's just a word alphabet.
our understanding
It doesn't
of
even make any
various
sense.
event influences.
It's like a word
not
salad.
been well known yet.
The word
Most
salad.
of the research by 1991
She's a
was
salad
actually
shooter.
on correct
I
identification.
don't even know what the question
I
was
don't know
now.
why, but my colleagues who did that research before 1991
Oh,
largely did not collect data
available to
on
him.
the risk of misidentification, which since then we've seen to be remarkably high under conditions that reflect real world criminal situations.
In all honesty,
And for that
what she's
matter,
saying is kind of-
most of the research before 1991 were,
She could have just said
here's a
not a
she's
lot.
talking about misidentification,
Yeah.
and it's scary.
How much
I
is
mean,
this
it's kind of
available? Please, not a lot. Next
none.
question.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
it was in its infancy. All right, bye. Okay, good.
Mhm.
All right.
She likes the sound of her
here's
own
a
voice.
face and the ecological validity.
There's another
Step
face.
and Michael
thing.
Davis, is that correct?
Yes.
Taking away those recantations as if you had not seen them in your review, would those affect your opinions at all?
Certainly not my opinions about eyewitness reliability. The
Or was it? We
statements
just
made
didn't
by
know
them
about it,
in
Brian.
2005 and beyond
'Cause
were
we weren't
where most of the
Trying
statements
to
that
report on it all the
reflected
time.
pressure that they perceived to make identifications, the pushback that police gave when Mr. Stepp attempted to retract his identification in the moment in the 1990s.
Which was wrong.
And Mr. Davis's description of being shown photos of the victim and having a call from the victim's mother and feeling pressure from those, feeling pressure because he was bought a plane ticket from California to come back and testify and feeling the need then to be compliant. All that came afterwards. There was, despite all that, there was some information about incentivization of Mr. Stepp to testify against Mr. Dunn in the trial transcript, where it was raised that he expected a deal in an ongoing case of his own where he was looking at 30 years as a high end of his sentence. But setting aside the new issues around feeling pressured, no, absolutely not. I was relying on the statements made in 1990 and 1991 to draw my conclusion that this is a highly unreliable pair of IDs.
Thank you, Dr. Franklin. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
It was a little more pleasant back then,
Ms. Eastup, do
Brian.
you have questions for this witness?
I have a horror story or two. Here we go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The court reporter asked for a second. Okay. Good morning, Dr. Franklin.
Good morning.
You just testified, I think it was one of the last things you were asked about some claims that you saw on the record from witnesses that would have come post-identification. So I think you classified them as statements about coercion or pressure or incentive, perceived incentives. Is that fair?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And in your report, whenever you reference those claims, you say, the evidence that you review include claims that, if true, would present challenges to those identifications, in addition to what you had already noted, but specifically those claims, if true, would present additional challenges. Did I understand your report correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And so whenever reviewing the
Don't
information, you accept it as true. Is that fair?
No.
Do you challenge it in any way?
No.
Okay. And want to talk about, you talked a little bit about receiving descriptions, law enforcement receiving descriptions of people they may or may not have seen.
No,
You didn't?
not in this case.
You talked about that on your direct examination in general, about that's something that you look for, is if descriptions
Yes.
were given. Okay.
Yes.
And you said that you didn't see any facial feature descriptions given in this case. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. There were some descriptions about what the shooter was wearing. That was the two boys, though. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And I want to talk a little bit about kind of what I'm classifying.
Even the computer's bored. Why'd I get the spinning wheel of death? I don't see anything.
How much longer is she on for?
A little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It is probably your fault, Gabby. You said Crocs, and my computer's like, what? But if you lovely people don't want to listen to her, I can go to the next witness.
Next. What does a backwards C mean?
I don't know. After her, they take a short recess, which lasted over an hour. So you guys have to watch. Okay, so they're gonna do a after her, they do like a short sidebar that lasts over an hour. But then they come back and they make some arguments. So oh gosh. I'll go to the arguments because I
can't believe YouTube let that through. It's a YouTube, who's your daddy?
Yeah, I type me too, and YouTube's like, no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. So I'll bring it back to when they're arguing, because I think there's some objections about the next witness.
Oh, look at that. We skipped right to halftime.
when this next witness walks in, you have to look at Christopher Dunn's face, because I swear he's trying to not crack up. Because I did. I cracked up when I saw him. I'm still laughing about it. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I got myself with the witness. I was like, oh, where did you come from? You know, sometimes you have to ask yourself what people see when they look in the mirror and they're like, I look good. Yeah. I don't know what your mirror is telling you, but you don't. All right.
Okay.
Oh, good. Can't hear her.
Does anyone from the other side want to be heard on this?
Can't hear her. I think he goes to the podium.
To it. So I'm kind of wavering. So maybe I'll ask you Mr. Shaw, do you see any harm in doing the offer of proof through live testimony, or do you see any harm, I guess, is my question.
The harm that concerns me, Judge, is that it appears that they may, whether intentionally or otherwise, attempt to taint the record by trying to introduce into the record evidence that they otherwise would not have been able to introduce. I understand that their stated purpose is to make an offer of proof, but an offer of proof can be made in any number of ways. It can be made by the representations of the attorneys involved, by a report of the testimony, by a transcript of it, or however the court sees fit to do it. So I don't see any purpose other than a purpose that is improper to offer this testimony live.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Eastep, I'll give you a chance to respond to everything that I just said and Mr. Shaw said.
Sure, Judge. I don't think there's any harm in it because as the court has already articulated, this is a new area of the law and we don't have a lot of guidance. I think that it's appropriate out of an abundance of caution to make a record and you have a right to preserve the record so that it exists, whether or not we have a right to appeal, which obviously there's some disagreement there. I think that because this is a bench trial and there's still a requirement that courts receive offers of proof in bench trials or bench hearings, in addition to cases in front of a jury. But this court obviously knows what testimony and what evidence can consider in its ruling, so I certainly don't think there's any harm.
You got her that time.
I can shut it. Because she won't use the microphone. We're going to punish her.
Yeah. Plus, she's mean.
And our preference would be to do that through
I
testimony.
just saw the witness.
Stop it. What'd you say?
I just saw the witness. Oh.
Just wait. Just wait.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes. Original ruling. I have offered you the opportunity to call Mr. Stepp and you've declined that opportunity. So I'm going to allow you to make the offer of proof, but not through testimony, only through a written report. Okay?
Okay, Judge. With that ruling, I will offer what I have marked as.
Why wouldn't they call him? Why wouldn't they call Mr. Stepp, their witness? Huh. Wow. Interesting.
Respondent Exhibit B.
Oh my gosh, lady.
Fine.
Stop talking.
No, it's fine. I'll get it straightened. Thank you, though.
I'm really trying not to give him away. Sorry.
It's okay. We can let him go. Just let him go.
Oh, did I go past him?
Yeah, you went past, I think.
Ah, there he is.
Just leave him back there, children.
All right. Look at Mr. Dunn's face. I don't think he's came in yet.
No.
Who's that boxing manager with the crazy white hair?
Don King.
Yes.
Will you raise your right hand?
Christopher
Do you
Dunn doesn't
solemnly
have his
swear
hair to
that
put
the
over his.
testimony you're about to give is the truth? Is the truth?
Even she had
the
a
whole
smirk.
truth and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you. Do you mind being on camera, sir?
Oh no.
We have some media here. Do you mind being on camera for your testimony?
Not at all.
Not really.
Okay.
Here I am.
So, is this the state's witness now?
So I'm going to ask you just be kind of close to the microphone. actually really close to the microphone and keep your voice up for everyone and
Wait till you,
let the whole question be asked before
The
answering.
bling
And if
bling.
there's an objection,
wait
let
till
me
you
rule
hear what he
before
did for a
answering.
living.
Okay, thank you.
No.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir. Will you please state your name?
My name is Gary Stidham.
And Mr. Stidham, my understanding is you're retired.
I am retired
And where did you retire from?
from the St. Louis
Disney.
Metropolitan Police Department.
He was a police
And whenever
officer.
you retired from the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department, how did you retire? What was your position, your last position with them?
I
on
retired
the
June the 2nd, 2011,
He-
and I retired as a sergeant of police.
Oh, Pimp Daddy.
And can you just briefly
Yeah.
summarize your career with SLMPD for the court?
1978 through 1979, I was assigned to District 3. 79 to 83, 84, I was assigned to Mobile Reserve. From 84 to 1987, I was assigned to District 4. From 1987 until 2003, I was assigned to the homicide section. 2003, I got promoted to sergeant. Did a short tour in District 8, subsequently returning back to homicide.
I'm sorry.
I
don't know what it is about him, but he
the
just
latter part of 2003, probably early 2004.
And then the late 70s, they did a little bit of
2006.
porn.
I was reassigned and returned back to District
and he
8.
never came back, right?
From District
Mhm.
8,
There.
I concluded my tenure as a police officer,
And then I
returning back
became
to
a pop
District 3.
star.
Okay. And during the time that you were assigned to the homicide
Sorry.
section, does that section cover the entire?
If he pulled me over, I would be like, just give me my ticket. One, I don't believe you're real. Two,
Mhm.
just give me my ticket because I'm not gonna be able to stop laughing and you're gonna be
Uh-huh.
mad. And be like, what was I doing? You were speeding. Okay. Bad pause for you, sir. Sorry. But what, what are you doing now, sir? What are you doing that you need
Mhm.
that hair? I mean, not judging, not judging.
As in the circus.
Like, are you a dancer?
Mm.
What are you doing? Do you have a pimp cane when you leave here? Because you know the ins and outs. of it
Where's the
all.
bling bling on the ring ring?
Yeah. He's like, I tone it down for today.
Gotta leave the purple velvet suit at home.
Yes. Oh, that would have been awesome. That's what I was wondering too, Bri.
Uh-huh.
Did he have this hairstyle when he was on climbing squad? But Christopher Dunn's face was priceless when he saw him. He's like, dang, I wish I had hair.
Yeah,
So
but
put it over.
Christopher didn't see him for 33 years. His hair wasn't grey then.
Is that what that is? I thought that was blonde.
No.
I thought he was going
Mm.
platinum blonde. Oh, goody.
City of St. Louis?
The entire city.
All right. And the times that you were assigned to particular districts, and I guess in addition to your experience in homicide, do you become familiar with different neighborhoods in the city of St. Louis?
Yes, you do.
All right. And in general, are there some neighborhoods, at least at that time, in the 80s, 90s, in the city of St. Louis that are known as more high crime neighborhoods?
Yes.
Okay. And in addition to that, were particular neighborhoods known for particular type of criminal activity?
Yes.
All right. And so I want to direct your attention to the Wells Goodfellow neighborhood. Is that a neighborhood that you are or were familiar with?
Very familiar with the Wells Goodfellow.
And it's my understanding that the districts have been allocated over the years in the city of St. Louis. What district during your time at SLMPD was the Wells Goodfellow neighborhood within?
District 7.
District 7. Okay. And did you ever have particular assignment to District 7?
Outside the scope of mobile reserve, no.
All right. Whenever you were a detective in the homicide section, is that one of the districts that you would have investigated homicides in?
Plenty of times at District 7.
Okay. And I want to direct your attention to the early hours of May 19th, 1990. Were you assigned a homicide investigation at that time? So late, the early hours around midnight of May 18th going into May 19th of 1990?
Yes.
All right. And what was your role in that
Be
investigation?
very serious.
I was a scene detective.
What does that mean when you're the scene detective?
And what that means is that I arrive and I
You arrived.
assess the scene. If there's any items of evidentiary value, I will note that and pass that information on to the evidence technician. Outside the scope of that, I then conduct a canvass of the area looking for witnesses to see if anyone may have seen or heard anything relative to the incident that I'm investigating.
Okay. And responding as the scene detective, do you then become the lead detective of that case?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of your duties as the lead detective, do you compile a report?
Yes.
Is that report authored in its entirety by you, or do other officers contribute?
Other officers contribute to the report depending upon what they're doing in the report. In this particular incident, I do believe that Sergeant Brown, he was a supervisor then, and he conducted a canvass. So the bulk of who he talked to, what they said, he would have typed that out and emailed that to me. Detective Scoville, she would have spoken, and she would have also, what the contents of what she did, she would have typed it out and emailed that also to me. So we would cut more like cut and paste and put it all together in one report.
Okay, so you become, in your role as the lead homicide detective, do you become aware of other people's pieces of their investigation?
Yes.
And so where did you respond whenever you were contacted about this reported homicide or incident?
I believe that was in the 5600 block of Labadie, I think it was.
And what neighborhood is that in?
That is the Wells Goodfellow neighborhood.
All right. Does 5607 Labadie sound correct?
Yes, it does.
And did you have the opportunity to spend a lot of time in that neighborhood?
Yeah, you can't unsee it, can you?
Yeah, I did. Outside of policing, I did a lot of outreach.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you about that, detective, but specifically,
I think he left.
did
the
you
building
investigate a
long
lot of
time ago,
crimes in
Bree.
that neighborhood?
Wells Goodfellow, yes.
All right. And whenever responding to that neighborhood that night, and I'm kind of going to walk through your investigation, maybe a little bit out of order, but at some point in your investigation, whether it's the first thing you do or not, I think you just testified that that would involve some sort of canvass of the area for potential witnesses.
That is correct.
All right. And in relation to your investigation of this incident at 5607 Labadie, did you interview an individual named Mr. Tolliver?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall what you learned from Mr. Tolliver about what happened?
I believe that if my memory serves me correctly, that they were sitting on a porch, something to that effect, and gunshots started ringing out.
Okay.
And gunshots started ringing out.
All right. And I'm going to give you a copy of Exhibit I, Respondent's Exhibit I, which is admitted into evidence, which is a copy of your police report. And I may ask you to refer to it throughout your testimony in case it helps refresh your recollection.
Sure.
You'll just bear with me 1 second.
Mr. Dunn didn't.
They're all looking down. They can't look over there. Even the other officers are like, what is this?
No problem. We all made people at your table like the other two.
I see, I see.
You may.
Oh, now we get the other side.
Move this binder just so you have a little more room. Right there? Okay, perfect.
Yeah, that's fine.
He didn't ask, Judge. He just put them there. What are you going to say? No.
All right, and Detective Sidham, I'll ask you to refer to page 4 of the actual report, not the front pager, and let me know when you're there.
Go ahead.
And do you see in the portion of your report where it
Ring a
identifies
bell.
that you spoke to an individual named Marvin Tolliver?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you learn from Mr. Tolliver about how he learned about the incident?
As to what I wrote is that Tolliver.
Yeah, I need you to speak up.
You got my phone there, buddy. Yes.
Tolliver had indicated that prior to the shooting that he, Gino, and I guess this is Diary, were walking east on Liberty in the 5500 block. Suddenly they heard about 5 gunshots. At that point, he ran home. He observed the victim lying on the front lawn. And it was advised by Damaris that Christopher D., a.k.a. Trap, had done the shooting.
Okay. And in addition to Mr. Tolliver telling you where he was when this happened and who Damaris indicated was shooting, did he also indicate to you anything about Christopher Dunn that the police would have considered as a potential motive for this shooting? And you can refer to your report.
Well, it's something to the.
All right, freaking YouTube. All I said was, Gabby said, got her. And I was like, he did. Because that's an accurate description of what he should be doing. Hear ye, hear ye. And YouTube's like, no, that's mean.
Butt plug.
But lets that through, and motherless panties come through that have crotch issues.
And molasses.
And molasses. But hear ye, hear ye. Nope. Okay. See? And that comes through. I love how he flutes his hanky. Really? All right. Okay. Whatever. I won't type anything else. I'll just hit play.
The fact that Christopher Dunn was there indicated that
Sir,
he was a script.
Can you move the mic down a little? Because when you're looking at your report, there you go. I think that'll be better.
Indicated that he was a crip. He had just gotten back from prison. And he indicated that he had known Christopher since grade school.
All right. And then I'll direct your attention to the next page, page 5.
Go ahead.
And did you also?
Yes, sir.
I don't object to this reading from the report, but can you make it clear for the record when you're reading from the report or when you recite it from memory?
Yes.
All right.
Do you have that?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Absolutely. And so Detective Stidham, I'll direct your attention to the first, it looks like the first individual identified on this page. I think you pronounced it Dari D. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And would this have been another individual that you spoke with during the canvass?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And I'll ask you to look at your report, and you can either look at it and see if it refreshes your memory or read from your report. If you could just let us know which one you're doing and let me know what you learned from Dari D about the incident.
I will read from the report.
Okay.
And he indicated to me that he, the victim, and Damaris were sitting on the front porch of the Labby location. It was at that point that they proceeded to walk east on Labadie when suddenly he heard 5 gunshots. At that point, Damaris ran from that location and advised Christopher D. was shooting at them. Dory then returned to the Labby location where he observed the victim lying in the yard, and he could add nothing further. He could add nothing further.
Okay, and then I'm going to turn you back to page 4, the one that you were just on. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. And did you also speak with an individual named Derwai Rogers or Derwai R?
Yes.
Okay. And again, if you could read from your report, and that's just fine. If you could tell us what you learned from Derwai Rogers.
Reading from the report, he advised that he was at his residence with Michael, and Dari appeared and advised that his brother had been shot by Christopher D.
Okay, and I'll ask you to flip to page 5 and look at the second paragraph of what you learned from Derwai Rogers. I think it's just at the top of the next page.
I'm here. He left his residence to investigate, and he located the victim lying in the lawn at the mentioned Labadie location.
You can keep going.
He concluded and stated that he observed Christopher D. during the PM of 5/18/90. During that time, he had indicated that he was a Crip and left the area. This is the first time that he had ever seen Christopher D.
Okay. And then, Detective Stidham, whenever you arrive on scene, are you the first responding officer, or would someone typically arrive prior to detectives?
In any given critical shooting or homicide, the district are notified to respond. The officers get to that location along with a supervisor. EMS, they're there. EMS was assessing the situation, and at one time, the district supervisor will switch over to the SOD channel and request that homicide respond. They will indicate whether or not the victim will remain or if the victim is being transported to a hospital, and if it is a hospital, what hospital.
And so in this case, whenever you arrived on scene, were there already officers there securing the scene and starting some
Yes.
sort of investigation?
There were uniformed officers present.
And do you recall who those uniformed officers were?
I believe there was a night staff commander. I think that was Captain Ballman. I think he was there. Ballman, B-A-U-M-A-N. There were the officers who got the initial call. I don't recall their names. And there was a secondary backup officer with him. And I think there were a couple of detectives that were there. I don't recall their names. There was a lieutenant that was there. There was a district precinct sergeant that was there. I don't recall his name. But altogether, that scene was secure.
Okay. And whenever you arrived on scene, did you speak with an Officer Reynolds?
Yes.
Okay. And Officer Reynolds, what did you learn from her about their initial response to the scene?
She indicated the time that she got the call, what the nature of the call was about, and when upon her arrival, she observed the victim and how the victim was. I believe she spoke to the individuals that were present with the victim, held them until I got there. She then, after the victim was transported to the hospital, I do believe she placed a paper silhouette in the lawn.
Okay, and you indicated that she spoke with two of the individuals that were with the victim and held them until you got there?
Yes.
And did she indicate to you that those individuals had identified who the shooter was to her when she arrived?
Yes.
And who did they? Well, if I'll just ask you to look at page 1 of your report. It looks like it's the 5th paragraph down. Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. And what were the names of the individuals that Officer Reynolds spoke to on scene?
Damaris S. and Michael D.
And who did they indicate to her was the shooter?
Christopher D. They indicated to her that Christopher D. was holding in his hand an unknown caliber handgun, which he pointed in their direction and fired 4 to 5 gunshots.
And so at this point, Detective, once you're on scene and you learn of these identifications, do you then choose to further interview these individuals?
Those individuals both were taken to the homicide office.
And was the homicide office located at police headquarters?
Yeah, 1200 Clark.
Was that police headquarters back?
Yes, it was.
Back then? Okay. And do you remember how they got to police headquarters?
I'm believing that Officer Reynolds conveyed them.
Okay, so you would not convey them yourself?
No.
And eventually, did you respond to police headquarters to conduct those interviews?
Yes, the conclusion of the canvas.
Say that one more time.
The conclusion of the canvas.
Okay, so you would have finished your scene canvas and then responded, and they're waiting for you there?
Yes.
Okay. And did you interview those individuals separately?
Definitely.
Okay. And the first person that you interviewed, Damaris Stepp, did you learn how old he was?
Yes, I believe he was 14.
Okay. And what did he tell you he saw?
They were on the porch area, and talking. Gunshots rang out. As they took cover, he turned and he looked, saw the muzzle flash, and saw Christopher D. shooting at them.
And at that time during that interview, did he indicate to you what the shooter was wearing?
He indicated a white hat, a white top, and I do believe some blue pants.
Okay.
Blue pants.
And Detective, I'll direct your attention
Blue
just so we're clear to page 5. And it looks like it's the end of the 2nd paragraph in relation to Damaris Stepp. I'll just ask you to read that last sentence, and I'll ask you again about what he was wearing.
Repeat that again, please.
Sure. The 2nd paragraph under the Damaris Stepp section, that last sentence. 5.
In the 5500 block of Labadie, he advised Dari D. and Marvin Tolliver of the incident, at which time they returned to the Labadie location and observed the victim lying in the yard.
That's not what I'm looking at.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. So I'm just asking you to review this last sentence here.
She didn't ask to approach, minus 10 points.
Is it Damaris S. further stated he heard a second shot, which caused him to run to the east, subsequently jumping a fence at the yards of 5707 and 5605 Labadie, and run east into the 5500 block of Labadie.
And Detective, the sentence right before that paragraph starts with Christopher D. was clad.
Repeat that again, please. Oh, yes. Christopher D. was clad in a white T-shirt and a blue baseball cap.
Okay. So I think you testified earlier that your memory was that it was a white t-shirt and a white baseball cap, but would this report be more accurate than your memory?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also interview Michael Davis at police headquarters?
Yes, I did.
And did you learn how old he was at that time?
He was 12.
And did he tell you what he saw?
Yes, he did.
And what was that?
He indicated he was sitting with the victim and Damaris. Suddenly he heard a single gunshot and observed the victim fall on the lawn. As he fell on the lawn, he said his attention was directed to the lawn at 5609 Labadie. At that location, he observed a subject he identified as Christopher D. He further stated that Christopher D was wearing eyeglasses, or correction, sunglasses, and a white t-shirt. At that time, he heard 3 additional gunshots, which caused him to lie in the lawn and play dead. While he was lying on the ground, he observed Damaris S. running east, jumping fences, and running from his view. After the shots had subsided, someone who was in the window of 5607 Labadie asked where the shots were coming from. He indicated from the next yard at 5609 Labadie.
All right. And after you interviewed these individuals, Damaris Stepp and Michael Davis, did you conduct any sort of identification procedures with them?
Yeah, I went and did a profile on Christopher D. I was able to obtain an LID photograph. That LID photograph was placed among a photo spread of people with similar characteristics, facial characteristics with Christopher. That photo lineup, photo lineup, it was shown separately to each of those young men there.
So I'm going to ask a couple questions about that. You said that an LID, I think, profile was created. My understanding is those are automatic now. In 1990, was it done automatically?
No, it wasn't.
So who did it?
I did it.
Okay. And so how do you strike that? If you go to the system and try and pull up an individual, what do you do if there's more than one individual by the name in the system?
If it's more than one individual by the name in the system, we make the verification as far as how old that individual is. If it had happened that way, I would have placed all of the individuals bearing that name and made a photo lineup of all of those individuals, so that they could just pick out who it was in a situation like that. So,
and so in this case, was there only one individual?
See you, Bri. Get some sleep. Hopefully you're off soon, I hope. You remember what you said yesterday?
Night, bye.
Thanks for the entertainment. And get some sleep. We'll see you tomorrow.
Named Christopher Dunn.
That's all it was.
Okay. And so then you pick out individuals to include in that lineup or that photo array. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to show you Respondents Exhibit bear with me. G. I'll have you flip through that.
Does the other side have G?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Detective, is this the photo array that you prepared for Demoris Stepp and Michael Davis?
It is.
And Detective, how do you know that?
Because they initialed the rear of the photograph itself.
Okay.
And that's what I packaged it in.
All right, and you also complete this packaging?
Yes, I did.
All right. And whenever this photographic lineup, the way I have it is individual pieces of paper. Is that how it's presented to the witnesses?
Yes.
Okay, so one at a time?
Yes.
All right. And after you presented, or I guess during the presentation of these photo arrays to Demoris Stepp and Michael Davis individually, who did they identify?
They identified Michael Dunn.
Christopher Dunn?
Christopher Dunn.
Okay. After, and again, I told you I'm going a little bit out of order, but down the road, I think the next day after Christopher Dunn was arrested, did you then request a live lineup or an in-person lineup?
That was after he was arrested.
Okay. And what was the purpose of doing a live lineup?
That's a procedure that we do. We show a photograph, but we have to, once the individual is arrested, we place that individual into a live lineup.
And in this case, did only Demoris Stepp participate in the live lineup?
Yes.
Okay. And where do at least in 1990 at SLMPD, where do witnesses view the live lineup from?
Second floor holdover, prisoner processing.
And so where are the individuals chosen from to stand in that lineup in addition to your suspect?
We inspect what individuals they have incarcerated. Again, similar to the photograph, an individual with the same height, same facial features, same hairstyle. We put them in a lineup like that.
And who selects the individuals to be in that live lineup?
I do.
All right. And so you would have selected the individuals in this case?
Yes.
All right, and I'll show you respondents exhibit H, as well as N, which is the same photo, just a little easier to see. And Detective Dunn, does this appear to be a photograph of the lineup that you prepared for Demoris Stepp in relation to suspect Christopher Dunn?
That is.
And who did he identify from that live lineup as the shooter?
The person in position 1.
All right. And Detective, to the best of your knowledge, are these photographs of the lineup, are those taken while the witness is viewing the lineup?
No.
What?
Afterwards.
Afterwards? Okay. So Detective, earlier you testified that you were pretty familiar with the Wells Goodfellow neighborhood. Is that due to your service as law enforcement?
Before I got into law enforcement, I was in outreach. I worked for the Human Development Corporation. And my first start within outreach was in the area of Pruitt-Igoe. From Pruitt-Igoe, I moved out to the
Outreach was the area of
Pruitt-Igoe. Okay, and from Pruitt-Igoe, I ended up into the Wells Goodfellow area. Working within the Wells Goodfellow neighborhood, I also was a radio announcer. So I had two things going at the same time, but I dealt with a lot of youth within the Pruitt-Igoe area, as well as the Wells Goodfellow area. Concept is that a lot of kids have something to say, they just don't know how to say it. They don't know who to trust to say it. So looking at the children like I did, I looked at them and I'm understanding them because, there's something that they need to do. There's something that they need to be. They need a purpose. They need some sort of direction. They need some sort of guidance. Having lived that type of situation, my mother died when I was 5, and she died at an early age. So there was the concept of saying that I have to give something back because in my growth, I understood what the area was about. I lived in the West End, which was the south side of the Wells Goodfellow area. So I was familiar with the area, but the whole concept is that it was just giving something back to youth.
Okay. And did your youth outreach cross over with your law enforcement service?
It did for a while. Actually, when I went to homicide and within the caseloads, within the additional unit that I was in, I was a SWAT team member. And that was a lot of calls within that situation. So I had to cut that down as far as having to meet with youth in that area. And then there became a surge of homicides. I believe it was in 1989, and I think it was 93. I think the city of St. Louis had some close to 300 homicides within both of those years. So the workload was big.
Okay. And in fact, did you ever receive any recognition for your service in the area of Good Wells Fellow?
1981, I received an Officer of the Year award from the Human Development Corporation with the Wells Goodfellow Center.
Okay. And based on your experience at SLMPD and your youth outreach with that neighborhood, are you aware of, particularly in 1990 or around that time, any gang activity in the Wells Goodfellow neighborhood?
Well, I attempted to search for a memorandum, but at that precise time, there was a memorandum that came about from the intelligence unit.
You said from the intelligence unit?
From the intelligence unit that indicated that there was a possibility of members coming from the California area, probably stopping in the Chicago area, working their way to the St. Louis and Kansas City area, and as far as a recruitment type of situation is concerned. So these kids, they didn't know anything about being a gangster other than what they saw based upon what they heard. We called it a lot of perpetration.
What does that mean?
Well, they were faking like they were something that they weren't.
And how would they do that?
Oh, they would wear various colors. They would wear the red. They would wear their blues. Some people would wear black, pretending that they were gangster disciples. But there was no identification within that. It was just perpetrating.
So perpetrating as members of these gangs, but not necessarily affiliated with.
That is correct.
Okay. Affiliated with the gangs in LA area?
Correct.
All right. And was that a root or cause of gun violence in that area?
Yeah. Yes, it was. Among the drugs that were in the area. Yeah, it was a lot of violence there.
Okay. And on going back to the day of May 19th, 1990, later in that day, were officers eventually able to locate and detain Christopher Dunn?
Yes, they did.
And was that without incident?
Short foot pursuit.
Okay, so some sort of evasion of arrest?
Yes.
And
he's definitely guilty then.
Was he wearing a hat when he was arrested?
Oh, no.
I don't recall.
Okay, I'll direct you to I can find it. Well, I'll direct you to, let me ask you this. If you seized clothing from, or items from Christopher Dunn whenever he was arrested or elsewhere, would that be listed in the property section of your report?
Yes, it would.
All right. That might be easier to look at.
If the hat don't fit, you must have quit. Let's go to the
And I'll
defense.
direct you to, it looks like maybe page 4 of the property
About
list.
the case.
And I can just come show you my copy.
I have it.
You have it? All right. And it looks like it's the second item on that page. Was there a hat seized from Christopher Dunn?
Chicago Bears navy blue baseball cap.
All right.
Oh, guilty. Sorry. Go back to prison.
And I'm going to backtrack just a little bit
Lady,
and
you've been
ask
backtracking all
you,
day.
again, in this property section, would the police also seize items from the victim from either, I guess, the hospital or the morgue or the ME's office?
Or anywhere?
At the hospital, there would usually be a uniform officer accompanying the ambulance. Those clothes are seized. They are marked and packaged and delivered to the laboratory.
Okay. And I'll direct your attention to page, it looks like page 6 of the property list.
Go ahead.
And that middle item, does that appear to be the list of clothing recovered from the victim, Rico R?
Yes, it is.
And what color were his shoes?
Had red tennis shoes.
What does that have to
Did
do?
you, after he was arrested, did you interview Christopher Dunn?
Yes, I did.
And did he refuse to have that interview be recorded?
Yes, he did.
If a suspect refuses to be recorded, do you oblige?
There's nothing I can do except move on with the interview itself.
Okay. And during that interview, were you attempting to determine where he placed himself at the time of the?
Well, they figured their way around that one here because now you say you don't want to be recorded. They're like, yeah, we turned all the cameras off except the one we didn't tell you about. I've never heard of anybody being like, okay, I don't want to be recorded. And the officer's going, okay, we won't. They're like,
Oh, I did. It was what's her name? Anathea Clay.
oh yeah, not a
But
good
she was
example.
an informant, apparently. Yeah.
Yeah, not a great example
No.
because yeah, I going through her. She cannot. Sir, I'm so sorry. I mean, I'm not. You're more entertaining this way.
What?
I'm mulling through him, and it's like, look, it's stopping him. The pauses have been great. I'm just trying to get. She's like, did you get an award? He's like, yes, I did. Yeah, I got a headache too, sir. Better make sure it's still her.
And what the
It
clothing
is.
items that she had involvement with or conversations with different.
It didn't look like she had very much more time. But considering he's the one that put the lineup together, I could see that if there we go. There you are, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stidham. How are you today?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
First of all, I would like to thank you for your 30 years of service with the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department.
32 years, sir.
32 years. Thank you.
Neat.
Get it right.
Now,
Yes.
you completed your investigation into the murder of Rico Rogers in July of 1990, correct?
That is correct.
And is it fair to say, since July of 1990, you've conducted no additional investigation of anything relating to the murder of Rico Rogers, correct?
That is correct.
And you were the primary author of the police report in this case, correct?
That is correct.
And am I correct when I say that the information that you personally obtained during the course of your investigation is reflected in your police report?
That is correct.
Now, you arrived at the scene on May 19th, 1990 at approximately 12:30, correct?
That is correct.
Now, when you arrived on the scene, Mr. Stepp and Mr. Davis were together, correct?
That is correct.
And I was a little bit unclear on your direct testimony. Did you take their statements at the scene, or did Officer Reynolds or Detective
Officer Reynolds conducted a preliminary conversation with them in order to tell me what she needed to tell me.
All right, so you didn't have any direct communications with them at the scene?
No,
You didn't talk to them until you got back to the homicide?
that is
division?
correct, sir.
Now, sir, in conducting your interviews of Mr. Stepp and Mr. Davis in the early morning hours of May 19th, 1990, you took Mr. Stepp's statement first, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And am I correct when I say that on May 19th, 1990, Mr. Stepp was a child?
A child?
Yeah, he's a child.
How
A
do you mention-
14-year-old child.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to hand you, or you have with you up there, what's been marked as Movements Exhibit 21. Could you take a look at that? It's in a binder.
Is it the really big binder? Which one is it?
Yes, it's a really good binder.
Where do you want me to go?
If you could go to Movements Exhibit 21, which is the taped statement of Demore Stepp.
What was that again, sir?
It's under tab 21, probably.
Tab 21. That is a big binder.
Yes, it is.
We probably should have gone double binder there.
I had that thought too.
Are you there?
Yes.
You're at Exhibit 21?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Now, do you recall that your statement of Mr. Stepp, you started taking it at about 2:50 a.m., correct? You don't recall? Okay, sir, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as Movements Exhibit 46.
The recording started at 2:50.
I'll hand you that. That's your deposition transcript. It's Exhibit 46. I'll hand you that for reference if you need it. But you did find your own interview. It says it started at 2:50.
Yes, 2:50.
And sir, that interview lasted about 9 minutes. Does that sound right?
Yeah, it was short.
Does 9 minutes sound right?
Could be.
Well, let's take a look at Exhibit 46.
That's the other one.
All right, and let's go to page 69.
I'm there.
All right. Okay, so if you could go with me on page 69, I'm going to go down to line 14. Are you with me?
I'm there.
All right, I'm going to read this portion of your deposition, starting at page 69, line 14. You were asked a question. So going back through this document, this is an interview with Demore Stepp, correct? Yes. Who is 14 years old? Yes. And the interview lasted for about 9 minutes. What time did it start? So do you recall that we discussed that the interview started at 2:50 a.m.? Yes. And we just saw that you stated the interview ended at 2:59 a.m. That is correct. So about a 9-minute interview, yes? Did you see
Yes,
that?
I see
Okay.
that.
So the interview, according to your deposition testimony, lasted about 9 minutes, correct?
That is correct.
Now, sir, I would like you to look at, move into Exhibit 21. And I want to go to page 5 of this tape statement. Are you there with me?
Yes.
All right, let's go to the bottom of page 5, and I'm going to read a portion of the tape statement for you and follow along with me and tell me if I'm reading it correctly. Detective Stidham, how do you, it was Christopher Dunn. Demore Stepp, I looked at his face, but you know how you see somebody and you don't see him? You know? Detective Gary Stidham. Uh-huh. Did I read that accurately?
If that's what was recorded, yes, you did.
Okay. And do you have any reason to believe that this transcript of the tape statement is somehow incorrect?
No, I don't have any reason to believe that.
Now, the interview continues. Demore Stepp, I thought my mind, was playing games. And I looked dead in his face. And I guess he fired. He thought I seen him, so he shot at me first. But after your shooting or packing a gun, I guess it moved up, it missed me just by an inch. And then after the first shot, I had ducked and I had started running. And Detective Stidham, did you see Christopher Dunn prior to the shots being fired? He was shooting the gun. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay, did I read that accurately?
Yes, you did.
All right, and if you go down a couple lines, you ask Detective Stidham, what did he have on? Demore Stepp, he had on a white shirt and a blue baseball cap. Did I read that accurate?
Yes.
Now, am I correct when I say that in that initial tape statement, Mr. Stepp was expressing uncertainty?
I don't know how to really interpret that. I believe based upon his statement, he probably was scared.
And in your view, when you heard that statement, there was no uncertainty in it, correct?
No.
Because in your view, it was a situation where you had a 14-year-old child, correct? You had a 14-year-old child being interviewed, correct?
Yes.
And in your mind, this is a child who's involved in gang activity. Is that correct?
And no, I didn't say that.
Okay, that's not an assumption you made.
No, that's not an assumption I made.
Okay. But you did say that you understood him to be scared.
Yes.
And you understood him to be scared because he was fearing potential retaliation on the streets for what he might tell you?
I don't know if it's necessarily a reflection of retaliation. I do believe it's a situation that it was a situation where he may have actually witnessed death in his face, and it could have been him. I believe it was something like that.
So you believe that what he had witnessed that evening had impacted him emotionally?
Yes.
And you believe that it continued to impact him at the time he was making his statement to you, correct?
I mean, he was reliving what he saw. He was talking about it. Yeah.
And he
He probably had some anxieties within it.
And he was impacted by that trauma that he had experienced that evening, correct?
Probably. I mean, you would probably have to ask him if he was experiencing that.
He's 14 years old,
Yeah.
correct?
Right.
He just nearly got shot on the street, correct?
That is correct, sir.
One of his best friends had just been shot in the head, correct?
That is correct, sir.
It's 2:50 a.m. in the morning, correct?
With this recording?
Yes. when you
Yes,
take
it
your
is.
statement.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
2:59, I think it was.
And as an experienced homicide detective, it's not an unfamiliar situation that you're interviewing a witness who has experienced trauma, correct?
No, it's not.
And it's not uncommon that you are interviewing a witness who's scared, correct?
No, it's not uncommon.
And it's also not uncommon for you to interview a witness who's reluctant to share information with you because they fear what the results might be for doing that, correct?
I don't know. It could be a yes, it could be a no. I mean, you're talking about a street code situation?
I'm talking about a situation where you have a witness who has information, but they maybe don't want to share it because they don't want to be a snitch. That's something you encountered regularly as a homicide detective,
Not
correct?
regularly, no. Not regularly.
Not regularly, but
No.
you encountered it, correct?
I've encountered it, yes.
Now, when you were being questioned on direct, you read from your police report, correct?
That is correct.
And you read the statements that Mr. Stepp made that evening from your police report, correct?
That is correct.
And when you read those statements in your police report, those statements didn't say anything about Mr. Stepp's mind playing tricks on him, did it?
No, that
That didn't make it into the report, correct?
no.
And it didn't say anything about him seeing him, but not really seeing him. Didn't say anything about that, correct?
No, it didn't.
Okay. Now, once that interview was concluded, you then conducted an interview of Michael Davis, correct?
That is correct.
And I'm correct when I say that Michael Davis on May 19th, 1990 was a 12-year-old child.
That is correct, sir.
Now, that interview started at 3:04 a.m. approximately, correct?
Yep, that's what it says, yes.
And it concluded at 3:14 a.m., correct?
If that's what it says, yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at Exhibit 46, which is your deposition transcript. Okay, let's go to page 77.
So he
Let's go to
interviewed
line 12.
the 12-year-old for
And I'm
about
going to read
5 minutes.
your deposition
And
testimony.
made the decision it was
Question. Okay.
Christopher Dunn.
And then if we go to the bottom of page 367, do you see where you state that the interview ended
And the
at
other guy
3:14 a.m.? Yes. Answer.
It was
Yes.
really short.
Question. And do you recall that on the first page?
Unfortunately, George, I don't believe so. I believe that is all his, and all his glory. And like I said, you should have seen Christopher Dunn's face when he came walking in the courtroom. He was wishing he had my hair so that he could pull it across his face because everybody was like, holy crap, what is that? And then they all had a few names for him in the chat. I can't repeat them. But yeah, he used to be a police officer, back in the day. But all right. I told Jody, I'll warn you all, I may have to let my dogs in here because it's getting ready to thunderstorm. And if I don't, they're going to knock the door down anyway. So I'm just waiting to hear them all run up the stairs. And then I'll know it's here.
Page, we saw the interview started at 3:04 a.m. That is correct. So this is a 10-minute interview. Answer. Yes, it is. Did I read that accurate?
Yes,
Okay, so the interview lasted about 10 minutes, correct?
that is correct.
And if you could, I want you to go to tab 28, which is Movement Exhibit 28. And again, we apologize for the binder.
like how he looks so annoyed with the binder. Like, how dare you?
Okay, that's Michael Davis's tape statement, correct?
Yes,
It's a transcript of it, correct?
yes.
Okay, if you could go to page 3 of that tape statement. And I'm going to read your questions and Mr. Davis's answers. How did you know it was him? Detective Stenham, how did you know it was him? Michael Davis, because I seen the way his glasses on his face, the way he wears his glasses. Detective Stenham, how was his glasses? Michael Davis, pressed against his face. Can you describe the type of glasses that he wears? Michael Davis, no, sir. Detective Stenham, do you know how they look? Michael Davis, yes. Describe how they look. They ain't prescription glasses. They just little bitty sunglasses like, with the things that go across the ears in the back. And you're indicating, Detective Stenham, and you're indicating that he has something like a wire type of, what do they call that? Frame. Detective Stenham, frame. Michael Davis, yes, sir. Detective Stenham, okay. Did you see any type of clothing that he was wearing? Yes. What did you see? A white t-shirt. Is that all you saw? Yes. Did I read that accurate?
Yes, you did.
Now, he makes no mention of a blue hat. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, am I correct when I say that the tape statements of DeMar Stepp and Michael Davis, as taken in the early morning hours of May 19th, 1990, were inconsistent?
Comparing to what?
As compared to each other.
Inconsistent, whatever, I mean, we're looking at a situation constantly that
I'm happy to hear what you're about to say, but I just want you to first answer that question. Am I correct when I say that the statements made in the early morning hours of May 19th, 1990, the statements of Michael Davis as compared to the statement of DeMar Stepp, they were inconsistent? Am I correct?
somewhat, yes.
Because DeMar Stepp didn't say anything about his sunglasses, correct? DeMar Stepp said nothing about tiny sunglasses,
did.
correct?
He did.
And Michael Davis said nothing about a blue hat, correct?
I don't think so, no.
Well, if he did, it'd be in the tape statement, correct?
Repeat, sir.
If he had said something about a blue hat, it would be in his tape
Yes, sir.
statement, correct?
Yes, sir, it would have.
Okay. Now,
Yeah, you just read it.
wanting
there.
to say something about these statements and them being inconsistent. You,
Disregard.
now, am I correct when I say that you didn't conduct any investigation of a potential alibi for Christopher Dunn in this case?
What alibi are you talking about?
Let me rephrase. Am I correct when I say that you conducted no investigation of a potential alibi for Christopher Dunn in this case because you received no information regarding a potential alibi?
I'm not understanding.
Okay, well, let's do it this way. Could you please take a look at Exhibit 46?
In your book?
Yep. Exhibit 46 is actually the second one. That's your deposition transcript.
The other one.
All right, and if you go with me to page 123 of your deposition transcript, once you get there.
I'm there, go ahead.
Okay, go to page 123 at the bottom, line 25. And you're asked this question. Do you recall ever investigating whether Mr. Dunn had an alibi for the night of the murder? Answer. Had someone called and told me something about the possibility of his alibi, I had an obligation to investigate that also. Simply because, he is afforded the same rights as a victim in this situation. I would have investigated him as well as I would have investigated the victim of the situation. Nobody gave me anything to cause me to investigate anything. I never received any type of phone call or text message or message of anything of the sort, anything that I should have investigated in this situation. Did I read that accurately?
You sure did.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Stidham. Appreciate your service for the St. Louis Police Department and the city of St. Louis. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. Ms. Eastep, do you have further questions?
Just briefly, Judge.
Okay.
Detective Stidham, whenever you interviewed Christopher Dunn, would he provide you any additional information about the individuals he was with or that he alleged he was with?
No, he didn't.
Okay. And if he would have provided that information, would you have tried to confirm his alibi that he provided you?
Definitely.
Okay. And then one more question, Detective. Is it common whenever interviewing witnesses to a crime for them to focus on or see different details?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Gore? Okay, thank you for your testimony, sir. You can step down.
Hello, Cheyenne.
Would people like to take a 5-minute break? Okay. We'll take a
Morning,
5-minute break.
Shy.
Yeah, he something. He looks in the mirror and sees something different we all see. So, as long as he feels good, that's fine. He never seemed to lose the police attitude of I don't want to answer the defense questions. I forgot. Okay, so this guy coming up was a former corrections officer in prisons. He worked in the prison system for a long time until he retired, but he started as a corrections officer. So we have him and absolutely, George. We have him and then we have the prosecutor from the original trial who became a judge who retired. So, Jody, I figure I'll do those two witnesses and then stop and let you do the closing arguments tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And then so we can just do that and have all that separate for the closing and everything that happens afterwards, if that works for you.
That's fine, doll.
Okay. Because he only gave each side 30 minutes for closing arguments. So I don't know. I think he stuck to that pretty well. So
That's fine. I
yeah,
might have to log off though. I'm in
yeah,
a
that's
pain.
fine. Yeah,
Sorry.
no, you're fine. I figured it was getting late for you too. So I'll do these last two witnesses and then let you do closings
No
tomorrow.
worries. So tomorrow at 8 a.m.
That's fine. Yep. And we should hopefully be able to finish it up maybe even
Yes.
before I leave for the day. Wouldn't that be great? Y'all wouldn't know what-
Just email me the timestamp that you finish
Okay.
on this video.
Okay.
Sweet. All right. Nighty night, y'all.
Good night. Go get some sleep.
I shall. Mwah.
All right. See ya.
See you tomorrow.
All righty. Bye. Yes, George, that is correct. And that is bad. I was talking about them earlier, telling them earlier we had just a person that was released after 14 years up in Indianapolis. And the prosecution and the organization, they're out of Notre Dame, or as you guys, don't you guys call it Notre Dame, whatever. They worked together, and then they found like all this misconduct by the police department, and how much evidence they hid that was favorable to the defendant. And so yeah, he's out. I don't know what's going to happen to him, or the police that hid the evidence. Makes me mad. Cheyenne, it makes me sad that you had 80s day in school, because every day I went to school was 80s day for me. And you dressed like 1880. Yeah, I was always in 1980s. And it was fun. And it needs to come back. I agree. They did not say anything about the prosecutors having any misconduct. They just didn't. The police hid the evidence, was what I was reading. And the prosecutors and this, like I said, this organization. And then there was another division within, I think, the prosecutor's office that worked with this group. I mean, it was a big deal. It took him 14 years still, though. And whoever did unalive the people he was put in prison for, is still out there. And they didn't say if they even had any idea who it was. Yes, they were. 80s for sure, early 90s, and then they went off a weird end. Sorry. Grunge. Then Nirvana came out. It's like, what happened to the music? It became really, really sad all of a sudden. I agree, George. That would have been my grow up party time too. But I chose to get married. Cheyenne, you would have had great hair for it. Great hair. All right, here comes Clicky Clack. I won't start you on today because you've had a bad day, Gabby. Okay, let's get to these last two witnesses. See what these guys are going to argue about, as they're going to, because that guy in the glasses loves to argue. Here, I'll back it up and you can watch the judge. That must be an electric wheelchair, because it goes up that ramp like it is nothing. Nobody's going to slow him down.
Are you doing the next witness, Mr. Crane?
Yes.
Okay.
Yay.
Yes.
You'll call Jeff Mancy.
Okay.
Generally coercive prison techniques. At this point, there has really been no evidence of coercive prison techniques by any of the testimony last couple days. The circuit attorney closed their case in chief, and the attorney general already had one witness go, and it doesn't seem that evidence is suggesting that at all. As for general opinions, again, it's not the role of the attorney general's lawyers to make the link between evidence as fact and apply expert opinion. The expert is supposed to apply his own opinion to the facts. In this case, Jeffrey Mancy does not know any of the facts, so it would not be helpful to try to give his testimony.
Do you want to respond, Mr.? Well, I don't think I'm going to have you respond. I think I'm going to deny your motion to reconsider and stand on my written order that I already issued. Okay. So you can, where is he?
Where is he? Well, Gabby, you need to wake up with a better attitude.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear
Nothing
that the
bad's gonna
testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Are you okay appearing on camera? Okay, step right up. And I'll ask you just to sit pretty close to the microphone, like 2 inches,
Yes, Your
that
Honor.
close. And wait for the entire question to be asked before answering. And if there's an objection, let me rule before answering. Okay? You may proceed.
Can you please state your name for the record? My name is Jeff, Jeff, Manci, Manci.
How are you currently employed?
I'm currently retired.
Well, what did you do before that?
I worked for the Federal Bureau of Prisons through the Department of Justice for 25 and a half years.
What was your first job with the Federal Bureau of Prisons?
My first job was a correctional officer.
And just generally, what did you do as a correctional officer?
As a correctional officer, generally it was day-to-day activities, housing units, inmate accountability, responding to emergency situations and things of that nature.
In that role, did you work directly with inmates?
100%, yes.
And as a corrections officer, were you also trained to investigate crimes or violations that happen in prison?
As a correctional officer at the basic entry, yes, entry level.
What kind of training did you receive at that level?
We would receive annual training and annual refresher training on basic crime scene.
You need to try again.
I'm sorry, yes, ma'am, you bet. You bet, yes, ma'am. We would receive basic training annually in crime scene preservation, sketching, things of that nature.
And who would provide those trainings?
We had instructors that were instructed for the Federal Bureau of Prisons, their evidence recovery team, and they would train with them at least annually, sometimes monthly, out of Kansas City.
And did you also receive crime scene training from the FBI?
Yes.
As your career went on, were you promoted to more senior levels of corrections officer?
I was. I moved throughout the nation, and each time I moved up in an increasing role of responsibility.
Were you eventually promoted to lieutenant?
I was.
And what within the Federal Bureau of Prisons, what does a lieutenant do?
They supervise staff, and they supervise inmates. They work directly under the warden on off shifts.
What facility did you work at when you first became a lieutenant?
I originally hired in Greenville, Illinois.
Did you also work as a lieutenant at Terre Haute, Indiana?
I did.
And just generally, while you worked as a lieutenant, what were your responsibilities as related to security and inmate investigations?
As a general, just a general lieutenant, is that your question?
Yep.
Told you guys last trial and probably 6 trials before that, Indiana is always in there somewhere. There's always a tie. It's always a tie to Indiana because there's more than corn in Indiana. Told you, we've got prisons too. He probably worked at the federal one if he was in Terre Haute. He may have said that.
It would be staffing, daily staffing. It would be inmate discipline. It would be day-to-day running of the institution, such as feeding inmates, recreational moves, things of that nature. Inmate accountability was a huge one as well.
So did you become familiar with all of the aspects of inmate life in prison?
Boy, in 25 and a half years, quite a few of them.
And what, specifically as it relates to investigations, what did you do as a lieutenant at Greenville and Terre Haute?
In Greenville, I finally got promoted to the Special Investigative Shop, which was inmate investigations specifically. And I'd also do some staff investigations from time to time. But inmate investigations were working assaults, maybe passing of drugs, fights, things of that nature. And those were the investigation to see, who would ship, who would stay, things of that nature. Refer to outside law enforcement as well if need be.
So you investigated both crimes and violations that occurred in prison in that role?
Correct.
And did you also work with outside law enforcement agencies?
Correct. Especially once I got to Springfield, it really expanded to federal, outside agencies, state and local.
While you worked as a lieutenant, did you train staff in how to conduct investigations?
Yes. Eventually I got to the part on a national level. I became a national trainer, and I would train at our national get-togethers once a year, and then at our institution on a monthly basis, local staff. A monthly basis, ma'am.
And did you also continue to receive training or attend conferences to learn more about investigations?
Always continuing education, yes.
Tell me about when you went to work at the facility in Springfield.
I went there as a regular lieutenant, and then an opening came up in the Special Investigative Shop, and I worked a homicide there with the FBI and really clicked with the FBI and the evidence preservation side, getting ready for trial prep and all that. And from there, I was put in there permanently because of that working relationship I had with the FBI.
And how long did you work in that role?
I worked in that role for approximately 11 years.
And while you were in the Special Investigative Unit at the Springfield facility, what were your responsibilities?
My responsibilities were to oversee the Special Investigative Shop, which consisted of about 6 technicians, and each technician would have their own specialty. And so I'd oversee those specialties.
What kinds of offenses did you investigate while you did that?
You name it, we did it. From we investigated homicides, we investigated big drug deals, interstate drug deals, money coming through the prison on the outside. We investigated IRS tax fraud. We investigated all kinds of things. If the state brought it to us or the feds brought it to us and we were able to help them, we were an investigative arm for them.
So I think you said there that sometimes your investigations would interact with other state or federal law enforcement agencies.
That's correct. Sometimes even local.
And so when you worked on those cases, did you get to assist in state investigations, federal crime investigations, and other kinds of investigations?
Correct. A lot of times the state just didn't have access to the federal side of it because of the red tape. So we'd be the investigative arm for the state and present the facts for them in their trial prep.
While you were in that role, did you exchange intelligence with those agencies, state and federal?
All the time. I think that was one of the pluses, just getting that working relationship with the state and federal. We were able to help them or they were to help us, vice versa. So yes, it was integral.
And through that intelligence, did you become familiar with the behavior of inmates in prison and how that relates to investigations at all different kinds of levels?
I did. At a basic level, when you first come in to at the end, it really opens your eyes working with the outside agencies because as technology grows, so do the deceptive practice of inmates. It grows as well.
During your time working for the Bureau of Prisons, about how many cases would you say that you investigated?
Internally, I would say upwards of over 500, and then outside probably another 500. So over a 25-year career could easily be in the thousands.
And during those investigations that you worked on, would you sometimes find that inmates would try to conceal information from your investigations?
Correct, yes.
And how often was that part of your job?
A majority of the time.
And did you have to monitor that type of activity?
All the time, yes.
And I think you said earlier that the techniques that inmates would use to try to conceal information would change over time.
Correct. It was like a game of whack-a-mole. Once we were able to get it in one area, they were already opening up a new avenue. So we were always chasing our tail on that. It was always forever changing.
So you'd have to continue to keep up with, how they were trying to get around your monitoring.
That's correct.
And did you also find that inmates would sometimes try to influence witnesses involved in your investigations?
Yes.
And how often was that a part of your work?
It happened from time to time, inside and outside, mostly inside the correctional facility, but sometimes it reached outside the walls as well.
And did you have to monitor those types of activities?
Yes.
My gosh, get to the question.
And did inmates, the ways that they would try to influence witnesses, did those change over time as well?
Correct.
And you have to continue to monitor and learn about different ways that was happening.
That's correct.
And based on this intelligence and your experience in investigations, what are some of the ways that inmates communicate with other inmates in prison as it relates to influencing witness testimony?
There's various ways. The first and foremost could be something as easy as just verbal, speaking to you, maybe on the rec yard, maybe in the chow hall, someplace that staff aren't around. Maybe I send a third party to speak to you, so I'm not being seen with you. Maybe if you're in a different prison, I communicate to you through a loved one, through visiting. Other ways through attorney-client privilege, they communicate. So there's a lot of ways within prison that they communicate with each other.
If an inmate sends another inmate to approach a witness for them, is that normally done just for free as a favor?
That all depends. If it's done for free, more than likely they know each other and they're just doing each other a favor, but usually nothing is for free in prison.
So what kind of incentives would an inmate use to get another inmate to influence a witness?
They could either pay them commissary, they could pay them money. They could pay them in commissary. They can pay them money through Venmo out on the street, through third parties. They could pay them in stamps.
And what is commissary?
Commissary is a store within the prison. It sells things that they can buy, such as hygiene items, snack food, and things of that nature.
And is it common in corrections for inmates to be transferred to other facilities?
In the federal system, yes, it happens all the time.
Do you know if it's common in other systems as well?
I would assume so, yes, sir.
And when inmates are transferred between multiple institutions, how can they communicate with inmates who are in other institutions?
I think the biggest way is if I know, if I'm trying to communicate to a witness and I know that there's an inmate going to that institution, I can pass word to the inmate that's being transferred. And then that way it's secure with him. So it's not in a written format, it's verbally from one man to another. And then that man transfers to the new prison and then passes on the word.
And these are situations that would come up in your work and investigations where inmates are passing messages through other inmates as they're being transferred to.
In my experience, it happened a lot, yes. Transfers to the new prison and then passes on the word.
And these are situations that would come up in your work and investigations where inmates are passing messages through other inmates as they're being transferred to.
In my experience, it happened a lot, yes.
When you were working on investigations, did you also monitor inmate communications with people on the outside of prison?
Yes.
And if prisoners are trying to influence witnesses who might be outside prison, what ways of communicating with them would they have?
There's different ways, especially with technology now, with the internet. One of the ways is maybe through visiting. My sister may come visit me as a scenario. I pass it on to my sister, and then my sister can reach out and touch him through Facebook. Maybe put family members on Facebook to intimidate them. There's multiple ways that you can. The other big thing too nowadays is cell phones in correctional facilities. It's an increasing problem all over the nation at any level that you look. So cell phones are another big issue to communicate, and we cannot monitor those.
Between all those different ways that inmates might communicate with potential witnesses in cases, is it possible for corrections staff to monitor those all the time?
No.
So is it possible for inmates to, and in your experience, have inmates been able to reach out and influence witnesses both inside and outside of prison without being monitored?
And I think that's the most frustrating part of the job. So the answer to your question is yes. And no matter how hard you work, there's still ways that they can go around it and beat it.
Does it make it easier for inmates to communicate and influence witnesses if they are already familiar with them?
Yes.
So, for example, if an inmate is speaking through their friends or family to reach out to other people that are from the same neighborhood, does that make it easier for them to communicate?
It does. I've noticed that through in the state, it's a little different than in the federal system. In the state, they're from the same 100 blocks, so they know each other, and those roots run very deep within the prison and outside within the community. So yes, it could be very easy.
And when you say those roots run deep in and out of the prison, what is that information based on, your experience with the state system?
By conducting some interviews, you start talking to them and you realize that they grew up with each other out on the street. And then they find themselves within the prison with the same people they grew up with out on the street. In the federal system, that rarely happens because we have prisons all over the nation. So it's easier in state than it is in the federal for that, because we can ship you anywhere in the nation compared to the state. They don't have that luxury.
So in preparing to talk about your testimony in this case, you interviewed people who had been involved in the state correctional system.
I did. I interviewed on both sides. I interviewed prior inmates. I also interviewed prior correctional officers as well.
Understood. So I want to talk specifically about inmates who cooperate with law enforcement. In your investigations, did you ever talk to inmates as potential sources of information?
Yes, I think that's one of the biggest parts of our job is working with confidential informants and determining their reliability as you work with them.
So confidential informants are one thing, but in your experience, how do inmates treat other inmates that are known to have cooperated with law enforcement?
If we're going to talk about snitches or rats, they call them specifically, it's a rough interaction for the person telling on the other person. Rough interaction saying that there could be physical assaults. They can be placed in protective custody. And if you don't know what protective custody is, that's in the special housing unit segregation for up to 23 hours a day. When they're in there, their way of life ends as they know it. They don't have access to a job, which is very important because they can earn money with their jobs. They don't have access to education. They don't have access to a lot of things that they did. Phone calls maybe once a month compared to whenever they wanted. So there's a lot of things that when you become labeled a rat or a snitch that really change your life for the worst.
In your experience, was that type of treatment of snitches limited to just the prisons you worked at, or was that all over the nation?
No, that's all over the nation, and that's just the code.
And in your experience, how do these kinds of pressures affect inmates, or affect the chance that inmates will cooperate with law enforcement?
It affected it greatly because that was their biggest fear, was having that label. Once you have that label, you'll never get rid of the label. And depending on if you're state or federal system, if you get released, that label will follow you to the street. So you could have that for the rest of your life. And then that lifestyle within the prison, that isolation of being locked up 23 to 24 hours a day was a huge fear.
In your cases that you worked on, was it common for cooperating inmates to be pressured to change their testimony by other inmates?
It was common for them to try, but we always separated them and tried to, but there was always ways they could get to them. Even in segregation, there was ways they could get to them.
In the federal system, what do you have available to you to do to try to protect inmates who were cooperating witnesses before?
For us, we can ship them to other institutions clear across the nation. We have institutions that are just for protective custody inmates where they can walk amongst each other. So we have a lot of assets to combat those things that these guys have to face on a day-to-day life.
Why would it be necessary to transport them all the way
Oh my
across
gosh,
the
you
nation?
ever going to ask a
I
question
think,
about
well,
this
for
case?
us, it was necessary for their safety, especially on big cases, so they could, come forth and tell their side of the story.
So it's safe to say you took the threats against their safety very seriously.
Always, because if we didn't and something happened, the liability was too great.
And in your experience, are those threats just empty threats, or are they real danger?
No, and I've seen them in 25 and a half years. They are real. 90% of the time, they are real and very dangerous.
All right. I have no further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you,
Really?
Mr. Crane.
Why are you here?
Ms. Huson?
Hello, Mr. Mancy.
How are you, ma'am?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
You've never served as an expert witness before, right?
No, ma'am.
And you don't know anything about the facts of this case, right?
Of this case, no, ma'am.
The Attorney General never told you anything about the facts in this case.
That is correct.
You never did any research of the facts on this case, correct?
That is correct.
And you've never worked in a Missouri state prison or a Missouri jail, right?
That is correct.
In preparing your report, you only conducted 2 interviews, right?
That is correct.
1 inmate and 1 correctional officer.
That is correct.
Last time we spoke, about 3 weeks ago, the only thing you knew about this case was Christopher Dunn's name, right?
That is correct.
And the only reason you even knew that was because of the subpoena that I served on you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When I took your deposition 3 weeks ago, you didn't know who Demore Stepp was.
No, ma'am.
You also didn't know who Michael Davis was.
No, ma'am.
You didn't know who Curtis Stewart was.
No, ma'am.
You have no understanding as to how your opinions relate to this case, right?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Huson. Anything further, Mr. Crane? No, Your Honor. Okay, thank you for your testimony, sir. You can step
Really?
down.
Really? Went through all that for that? For nothing? Bye. Good job, state. Hello. There's the judge. Mr. Dunn started thinking about that guy's hair. He's like, oh boy, that was funny. You didn't like that when he was a police officer when I was around. All right, what are we doing? Hello. Did the state leave? I don't have Jack. Nope, this little guy did.
I'm just guessing by the look on your face, but is the next witness who used to be a judge on this court missing?
No, he was in the restroom.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Bathroom.
I can announce for the record that the state calls on the list even over.
Okay.
All right, so this guy, when he gets done in the restroom, this dude here
Welcome. Come right up, sir.
is the former prosecutor.
Good afternoon. Can you raise your hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Oh, are you okay appearing on camera for the media?
prefer not to, but whatever. It's your call, I guess.
Okay. I think I'll take that as a yes. Then.
You were on it already. Does it matter?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Judge Omer. How are you?
Fine.
Thank you for being here. This microphone is not the greatest. You may need to pull it pretty close to you or perhaps lean forward. I'm sure someone will let you know if we can't hear you. Will you please state your name for the record?
Stephen Omer.
Are you currently retired?
I am.
Recently?
About a month ago.
All right. And what position did you retire from?
I was a circuit judge here in the city.
All right. And it's all right if I refer to you as Judge Omer.
Whatever you prefer.
All right. I feel kind of disrespectful.
People call me a lot of names.
Once a judge, always a judge to me. Judge, could you please summarize, prior to becoming a judge, when did you take the bench?
I took the bench in 1994.
And prior to that, how were you employed?
I was employed in the circuit attorney's office.
How long were you in the circuit attorney's office?
I started in 79 and I left when I took the bench. But I went in private practice in between for a while. So I think I was there about 11 years.
Okay. So 11 years with a short break in the middle?
Correct.
All
About
right.
4 years break.
Okay. And whenever you were at the circuit attorney's office, at least in the latter part of your tenure there, did you work in a specific unit or trial team?
I was on the trial staff. You worked your way through. I was on the trial staff, and at the end, I was the chief warrant officer.
Okay. And as the chief warrant officer, are you prosecuting cases at that point, taking cases to trial?
We still had a caseload. Yes, I did.
Okay. So at this time, I'm focusing particularly on 1990, were there specialized units within the circuit attorney's office, or was it just felony trial?
We had teams, felony teams. There really weren't specialized units. We handled pretty much everything on these different teams that we had. And there may have been a sex crimes unit that was just kind of beginning. But other than that, but even there, all of us handled sex crime cases as well.
Okay. And as a trial lawyer, prior to taking the bench, approximately how many cases did you try to a jury?
Oh, I'd say in the neighborhood of 100.
All right.
In my civil practice and my prosecution. So somewhere in that area, maybe a little less, but around there.
Okay. And I assume that over the years, some of those cases were homicide cases?
Yeah, I handled the gamut, homicides, robberies, A, B felonies, C felonies, D felonies, misdemeanors. We handled pretty much everything.
Okay. And as an assistant circuit attorney in any case that you're prosecuting, do you have to make credibility determinations when issuing a case?
Well, always the police have the initial interaction, but then we interview the witnesses and present witnesses. So absolutely, we make those determinations.
And what was the process for law enforcement to present a case for charges to the circuit attorney's office?
They would come to the warrant office and have the witnesses have a police report and present that to the attorney for the attorney to determine whether or not to issue a case and what kind of case to issue, or refuse it if there wasn't sufficient evidence, or take it under advisement because maybe more had to be done, and direct the police to do further investigation.
Okay. And what was the purpose of law enforcement bringing witnesses to the warrant app?
Well, we wanted to be sure that we had a viable case. We wanted to, the police report has that information, but ultimately witnesses are what make or break a case.
And we wanted to be confident that if we were issuing a case, we could walk immediately down the hall and present the case to a jury.
After the initial, if you do choose to issue charges in a case, after the initial filing of charges, do you, are there kind of tests along the way to continue, allow you to continue to assure that you have a case strong enough to take to a jury?
Well, you keep in touch with witnesses through your investigator, and obviously, you know, the defense, you know, gets involved, and you're presenting in a homicide or felonies. The case goes to a grand jury, and witnesses are presented there, or it's a preliminary hearing. You might have witnesses there, depending on the type of case. Certainly, you have police. You may have, you know, lay witnesses too. And then whatever discovery process takes place with the defense, and then ongoing contact with witnesses by your investigator and by yourself, ultimately leading to the trial itself.
Okay, I'm going to break that down just a little bit. So you talked about grand jury. Is that an opportunity to test the strength of a case?
Oh, I mean, at that point, you're pretty comfortable that, you know, you issued the case. I mean, we tried to, in the office, that whoever the attorney was who issued that case, that was their case. So in that sense of vertical prosecution, it didn't always work. There was always an attorney assigned to the grand jury, but it gave you another opportunity. So you were fairly comfortable, but you want to be sure things don't change. And it's another chance to present a witness or the evidence to an impartial body, and to make sure you have what you think you have.
Okay. And sometimes, in your experience at the circuit attorney's office, would witnesses sometimes fail to appear at the first time that they're being called to testify?
Oh, certainly that could happen.
Okay. And in your experience, would witnesses also at that time express reluctance to cooperate?
Certainly could happen.
Okay. And is that something that bringing them to the grand jury allows you to identify?
Oh, I don't know if that so much. You know, your investigator would have contact with the witnesses, and that would come to light usually before the grand jury.
Okay, so even
but
before
it could, you know, that could as well at that time.
Okay. And then after grand jury, you know, as you're working up to trial, were there practices within the circuit attorney's office where you kind of staff your case or wreck your case with a supervisor?
Well, we were in teams, and the team leader, you know, there was the team leader, and then you might have had 4 attorneys under that, 3 or 4, I don't remember exactly. And so then you had your cases assigned to you, however many they were, depended on the seriousness and where you were at. But I mean, you could have anywhere from 30 to, you know, 100 cases, and so you would wreck that. You would do a summary and make a recommendation of the case to your to the team leader, who then would have a meeting and just determine what the appropriate recommendation would be.
Okay, and that's based on the strength of the case or the evidence in the case?
Yeah, strength of the case, evidence involved in the case, the history of a defendant, just, you know, the whole gamut of what you were aware of, to fully evaluate that case and then have it looked at by more experienced lawyers as well.
Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention to a case that you tried to a jury back in 1991. You were the trial attorney in the prosecution of Christopher Dunn for the murder of Rico Rogers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you talked about this a little bit, but in 1990 to 1991, that time period, did the circuit attorney's office have a vertical prosecution policy?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, or at least tried to.
We did. It's never was exact because conflicts could happen and so forth. But yeah, no, that was the general idea. Yes. Okay.
And so I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Respondent Exhibit P. I'll provide you a copy of this. I can approach Judge Ray.
You may.
I think we can probably make it fine either way.
It's not bothering me.
Can you just top of it, maybe?
Mr. Gore has apologized about the size of the binder. So.
All right, slide All right, and is that document that I just handed you a warrant application?
Yes, this is what the police would bring to the warrant office when they were presenting a case. It would get logged in the book and then given to the individual lawyer, who would then take the officer, or the officer would come back to the particular interview room, and the process would begin.
Okay, and Judge, even if you don't remember specifically, if the reports indicate that the detective brought DeMorris Stepp, an eyewitness in this case, to the warrant application, would you have talked to him?
Talk to
The witness.
Oh, all the time. Absolutely. That
Okay.
we expected witnesses to be there. We would not entertain a case without a witness.
Okay, so it was a requirement that a witness be brought
That
for you.
was definitely.
Okay, and what would, in a case where there's an eyewitness identification of a suspect, what would be the purpose of you speaking with that witness at the warrant app?
Well, you can read a police report and see what, was there and said, but you want to talk to the witness to be sure that it's accurate and what the witness has to say specifically, and make sure that it all aligns, and explain to the witness the process and whether we go forward or not. I mean, that's, you talk to any witness, and even if you don't have enough evidence, you still want to talk to the witnesses and see, and then explain to them that we can't go forward for whatever reason. So yes, that was the office policy, always was, because you can't just rely on what's been put down on paper.
Okay, and based on that document in front of you and that warrant application, did you make the decision to issue charges in that case?
Well, apparently my signature's on there. It looks like mine. I don't, have any. This is whenever, 1990. I don't have any independent recollection, but I'm sure that was me.
All right, and then when would have been the next time for you to interact with the eyewitnesses in the case? Would it be that grand jury time we were
It would
talking
be
about?
at the grand jury.
All
Yeah.
right.
We would have set the case on the grand jury docket at that time, and so if I handled it, I'm not sure, but presumably I would have. That would have been the next time, though.
All right, and I'll show you now what's been previously admitted as responding exhibit Q and ask you if you recognize that.
I do.
And what's that, Judge?
This is an evaluation sheet that the attorneys would fill out, whether it was at a preliminary hearing or at the grand jury after the warrant was issued, in order that whatever attorney was handling the particular case at that juncture, the attorney would make notes on the evaluation, either for themselves or for another attorney who may handle the case.
Okay, and so looking at that sheet, does that indicate to you that DeMorris Stepp and Michael Davis both testified at the grand jury?
Yep, that's what it would say.
And does that grand jury summary include an opportunity for, and does that appear to be your handwriting?
It does appear to be my handwriting.
All right, and so would that also be an opportunity, and I think you touched on this, but for you to indicate any witness evaluation or know any potential issues moving forward?
Yeah, I think that's would be what it's, yeah.
And what did you indicate about those two witnesses at grand jury?
That both Davis and Stepp, good, which basically means they were solid and moved. It does indicate Michael Davis moving to California, and I don't remember exactly about that, but just an indication of good witnesses.
Okay. And then you talked about that kind of staffing a case or meeting with your supervisors or more experienced attorneys in the office just to get a sense of the case. I refer to that as a Roger sheet. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's what it became known as,
Okay.
because she was the chief trial attorney, so she headed the evaluation team, and so those sheets, evaluation sheets, became known as Roger sheets. Yes.
All right, and I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as Respondents Exhibit R. And ask if you recognize that to be the Roger sheet or the kind of case prep sheet associated with this case.
Yeah, looks like it. Yes. Yes.
All right, and I think you talked about this earlier, but is this where you would have the opportunity to talk about case strengths and weaknesses?
Yeah, you're doing an evaluation, try to give history for the team, but you generally would talk with your team leader in anticipation of their rec meeting. So you would, fill it out with that in mind and with your recommendation on the case as well. So you would be trying to summarize it as thoroughly as possible so that a reasoned, informed, and viable decision can be made.
Okay. And then, Judge, what was your practice, at least back in 1990, as far as meeting with witnesses prior to them testifying at a jury trial?
So you mean at the time of trial?
Like, would you meet, let me ask a different question. Was it common practice for you to meet with your witnesses to prepare them for testifying in court?
I generally didn't meet with them. I mean, because you're handling dockets and a lot of cases. So I only met with them when we had a particular hearing. And because, my investigator would keep in touch with them. And that was the key to make sure that they were on board. They knew what was going on. But I did not generally meet with them unless there was a reason, a deposition by the defense, motion in front of the court, or the trial itself. So, generally I did not really have contact. I relied on my investigator who would advise me if there were problems. If there were a problem, then certainly you may weigh in however was appropriate.
All right. And once you get to trial as a prosecutor, is it common for you to be taking notes, at least during parts of the trial, as facts or evidence comes out that you think will be important to note in closing?
Well, we always had a legal path, and sure, you're kind of taking notes as you're going along because you were alone. You didn't have a second seat. I in my years on the bench, I've been about a lot of cases, and you got a multitude of lawyers. Now, we didn't have that, frankly. We tried our case. We had an investigator who would be sitting behind and could do something for you, but it was you. So I had a legal pad, and certainly you would make notes as you went along to jog your memory if there's something you wanted to touch on or something that needed to be addressed.
Okay.
Yes.
And Judge Umar, obviously we've been talking about the case, the prosecution of Christopher Dunn. In this case, did you ever threaten any witnesses to testify?
No.
All right. Did you ever emotionally manipulate any witnesses to testify?
No.
Was there ever a time where a concern was brought to you about witnesses being reluctant to testify?
I had no memory of that in this case. I mean, there's certainly been instances, but I've never had any sense of that here.
Okay. And would you have ever shown a witness pictures of a deceased victim to try and coerce them into testifying?
Well, I never would coerce a witness to testify. I never did.
But
So
I would show him
I
pictures.
don't remember ever showing photographs to a witness other than if it was necessary, and that, they were going to have to identify something in terms of their testimony and be able to identify the photograph. But no.
I have a very soothing voice.
I wouldn't do that.
All right. I'm going to show you now what's been admitted as a respondent specific F.
Rest of you.
It's a couple pages.
Rest of you.
And I'll present to you that the facts are blank. They're just scanned in as they were in the file. But do these appear to be the trial notes from the prosecution of Christopher Dunn? Or at least part of them?
Well, I would say they do appear to be my handwriting. And
let me ask you
the
this.
only way I can identify them from this is it's got some of the names are in there. So I'm assuming that's correct.
You anticipated my next question. Do you see on there where it says DeMorris Stepp?
Yeah.
And what did you indicate about his trial testimony?
Have on there, very good.
Okay, and I'll direct you to the bottom of the next page.
Yeah.
And what did you indicate about DeMorris Stepp's testimony?
Did not change story.
Okay. And are those things that you would have been taking note of to point out to a jury potentially?
Well, I'm assuming that I probably did those during cross-examination, my guess, because during direct, I would not be writing down any information. I would be directing the witness. So I'm assuming during cross-examination, that's when I would make these kind of notes for me to whether in redirect to ask the witness for clarification or for closing argument.
Okay. And then the last thing I'm going to show you, if I can find it. Is what's been admitted as Respondent Exhibit T. And direct you just to the, what looks like a piece of paper kind of on the bottom of that.
Judge, you don't have
Sometimes you
water.
just get a funny text message.
No, but we'll get you one.
Yep, we got.
I would appreciate that.
Sure.
Looks like my friends on the other side here have one for you, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. Never
I
mind, Mike.
don't think they're your friends.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Exhibit T.
And what does that appear to be?
Well, there's two documents here.
And I'll focus your attention to the one that you can see in full at the bottom. I think it's titled.
Well, that is like an internal card we used to keep in this big computer. I don't know what we call it, Big Mona or something. It was a big revolving. And internally within the office, we kept jury trial information cards on cases so that each attorney, after a trial was over, win, lose, or draw, you would fill out these cards with basic information. And then they would go into this machine. And so any attorney or investigator, you could access that
Big
and
Mona.
look at, pull up the history and then go look at the file if you needed to, or, maybe on a co-defendant kind of case or something, some connection so that you could, cross-reference information.
Okay. And were the trial attorneys responsible for providing the information for those sheets or cards? Okay.
Yeah, that's all in my.
He said.
Okay.
Yes, we were. That was our duty.
And what was the, at least according to what you put on this information sheet, what was the decisive factor in verdict?
I have testimony of kids was very strong.
And whenever asked on that card, would you still issue charge? What did you indicate?
Yes.
Okay.
Or his best.
All right, I'm done with that one. You can put it down. Thanks. In regards to the eyewitness DeMorris step, and it came out in the trial transcript, but looking at the trial transcript, there was some sort of deal made with DeMorris step on a pending case for him being a cooperative witness. Does that sound familiar to you?
I'm from looking at stuff. Yeah.
Okay. And is that unusual practice in the city of St. Louis to have testimonial agreements?
No, not unusual.
And the attorney for Christopher Dunn in this case was Janice Good. Did you have a good working relationship with Miss Good?
We tried a lot of cases together. She was in the public defender's office, and we tried a lot of cases, and we were very respectful of each other and very professional, and we just tried the case and won some, lost some, but she was just very professional and easy to get along with, and we just both tried to do our job and our duty, and we just didn't play games with each other. We just got down to what needed to get done, and then whatever the issues were, and handled them in the court.
Okay. And so would you have ever made any kind of agreement or promises with a witness that you didn't tell Miss Good about?
I would have never done that and not told whomever about. Certainly. I mean, that's, it's an obligation as a prosecutor.
All right. And you took that obligation very seriously?
Absolutely.
And how would you likely have told Miss Good about that prior to trial?
I don't remember exactly. I mean, you make recommendations and you have ongoing discussions. At that time, the public defender's office was in the basement of the Immunity Courts building. We were on the 3rd floor. Grand jury was on the 2nd floor. And there was this interaction between offices and the attorneys on a regular daily basis. So it was kind of, informal in that way. So, I don't remember exactly, I'm sure I told her face to face, but I'm sure could have given her a note, or I just don't really remember how I did it.
And let's talk about the agreement. You had the opportunity to look at the trial transcript and the plea transcript of DeMorris Stepp in this case. Is that right?
Yeah, I kind of glanced at it. I did.
Okay. And so DeMaurice Stepp was charged with first-degree robbery, armed criminal action, first-degree tampering, and UUW for carrying concealed. Is it, based on what you reviewed, is it your memory that the offer was to drop the armed criminal action?
That's what it appeared to be, yeah.
Okay. And in terms of sentencing, what does that mean?
Well, armed criminal action carries a minimum 3-year imprisonment. No probation, no parole. So the other charges carry whatever the sentence, but there's no minimum amount at that time. So things have changed, but at that time. So what that meant was that there wasn't a minimum, 3-year sentence. It was the sentence with the others that then, probation was possible, or even, parole earlier is possible because you don't have that minimum 3-year sentence. So that is taken off the table.
All right. And other than dropping the armed criminal action so that he was potentially eligible for probation, was any additional promise made to recommend probation by the state?
No, not, I mean, that, the office, the policy of the office always was to take no position on probation. That was up to the court. And we made, our recommendation based upon, our evaluation. And, then any issue of probation or in connection with that sentence is up to the court. And so we never took a stance on that.
Okay. And in this case with DeMaurice Stepp, did the state recommend 15 years?
Yeah, that's my recollection looking at that. It was a 15-year sentence on the robbery 1.
Okay.
Which is a minimum 10 to and up to 30 or life, but the recommendation was 15. Yes, concurrent with the other charges, and dropping the ACA for the minimum mandatory 3 years.
All right. And anything about that agreement surprising or unusual to you for a 15-year-old?
No, that you're looking at cases, and I don't know when that would have come about, but you're trying to, and you negotiate, you talk back and forth, you evaluate, and you're just trying to look at the total picture and trying to figure out what's fair, and go from there. So I think that's not unusual at all.
And was that offer given to DeMaurice Stepp to overcome his reluctance to cooperate?
No. There was nothing along those lines. His statement, it never changed from the beginning to me or in the police report. I mean, it never changed from day one. And then, at the police, the warrant office, the grand jury, and then leading up to trial. And I don't remember, somewhere in the interim is when I think that case happened, didn't it? I don't even remember.
You mean the case that he picked up?
Yeah, the robbery case that he pled, that was after this incident, I believe.
I think the records indicate it was about 6 months after.
Okay. So, I mean, that was later. And, I don't remember exactly how, but there's no memory that I have of that indication, that had, in order for him to testify, we had to make some kind of deal, because he was always cooperative and it didn't change. But, and I don't remember the discussion about, and I don't think that was Jan Good. I don't know who was the attorney on that case, but, in the give and take there, you're just trying to be fair, and then, okay, we can do this, but it's still up to the judge. I can't promise anything along those lines. Never could.
All right. And Judge Ummer, did you treat the murder prosecution of Christopher Dunn the same as any other defendant?
Sure.
Yeah.
Did you have any prior knowledge of him?
Christopher Dunn?
Correct.
No.
Did you receive any pressure from the police to prosecute the case?
No. I mean, they always want to, they want us to prosecute, but no, there was no, this was the same as we always would do.
All right. Just kind of same as any other case, just following the evidence, presenting the evidence.
That's our duty to do, what's right and fair. We never wanted to proceed on anything if we could not. prove a case.
All
And
right.
it's ultimately it's up to a jury.
All right. And so
Not
that's what
us.
you did in this case?
What's that?
That's what you did in this case?
Yeah, that's what I did.
All right. Nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Eastep. Mr. Shaw? Okay, thank you, Judge Elmore, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Have a good day.
It's always good to see you. You want these back?
No question.
Yeah,
Go on.
I'm excused.
You, sir?
Recommend the time.
Okay. I got a ways to go.
You may not have heard him, but he said, I recommend retiring.
Do you have further witnesses, Ms. Eastep? Okay.
And if you didn't hear her because she never goes to her microphone, they just rested. And so I'm going to put us out of our misery and rest us. I'm pretty sure that no one will have any complaints about that because, Lord, that was long. That was boring. Those are trials or hearings, or whatever you want to call it. Ramen. Carmen was telling me about a post that she saw that somebody said something about at the end. Don't forget, at the end of the day, we're all human beings, but instead of beings, they put beans. And then she was reading me some of the responses. They were so funny. I said, it sucks when you have a moment like that and you put it out online, but you gotta laugh at it. You gotta laugh at yourself. You screwed up. It's hilarious. Nobody's like calling you bad things for it. They're just going along with it. Let us pray. I forget. People out there, man, can they come up with stuff? It's hilarious. Funny. All right. So tomorrow we will do closing arguments, which is going to come up right after this. See, people come up with stuff all the time and it's hilarious. Maybe she thought she was eating human beings. Okay. Sorry. That last two witnesses just made me kind of loopy. Anyway, closing arguments tomorrow. Then we will have the judge's decision. And then the all the shenanigans that have taken place since then. So like I said, this is a couple of months old because it took the judge a couple months to come back and say what he had to say. Yeah. I kind of question, like this woman, we've seen her twice now in hearings like this, where she's trying really, really hard to keep somebody in prison. I wonder if she believes it, if it's just a job, or what, because the last one that we watched her on, I don't know how they could have fought that. I don't know why because they had to fight it. It was their job. But I couldn't lay my head down and go sleep at night. Dill, you need to answer your text message. Otherwise, I can't proceed. Daughter-in-laws, I tell you. Tell you what. All right, so tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern time, early. Hopefully we can get it done before I even go to my dad's tomorrow. That'd be great. I don't know what all the rest of you do all day, so miss me. And then I don't think I got a text message while we were, well, Bree, that's the only one I have. While we were listening to that gentleman, that I think my husband might take Friday off of work. That never happens. Ever, ever, ever. So I think the last day I know he took off work was over a year ago. I was thinking maybe he took a half a day off here one time. I'm not sure. Yeah, not in a billion years. So if he takes a day off, I'm taking the day off. I'm definitely taking Monday off because I know he's off Monday. But we're going to finish this up tomorrow, so we don't really have anything else to do anyway. So just putting that out there. Yeah, you've no idea. No idea. Said it's not for sure yet, but he's going to try. The sad thing is he's got a ton of time he could take off. He just can't take it off because there's no one to cover for him. Sucks. Sucks and it's good. It's great. I don't know. I feel bad for him because he needs a day off. All right, folks. Oopsies. Yep. You know. So I'll see you all in the morning at what's Spirit Halloween? What is that? I don't know. He's the Halloween person. You have to ask him. I mean, it's like August, and I feel like we should be carving pumpkins and getting the turkey out next month and the tree out the next month. There's already people with Christmas stuff up. What are you doing? What are you doing with your Christmas stuff up already? Well, I don't know if we have Halloween stores that pop up around here in the empty stores. And then they go away. Kind of like fireworks. So who knows? Who knows? Alrighty. I'm off. I'm out. See you guys in the morning. I'll play mine and Jody's outro. Oh. They haven't started on Dave and Buster's. I think there's, or maybe they have. I don't know. I don't go to that side of town because I try not to go to that town. All right. Oh, well. R.I.P. Bed Bath & Beyond. That's all I can say. You are becoming a Halloween store now, apparently. Or a Dave & Buster's now, apparently. Fly high, Bed Bath & Beyond. Fly high. All right, I gotta go. That's it. Pushing the button. See ya.
Jody and Debbie here. Fill your screen with cheer. Hit like and tap subscribe. Join our happy tribe.